Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Welcome to the second semi-final day of the second FIDE Grand Prix. My name is Gustafsson. Peter Svidler, how are things?
Things are. There are things. Yeah, things are good. While we're here talking about chess, and as usual with these tournaments, there's always very, very good chess to talk about. Anish, the man of the moment. Man of every moment. Black against Andreikin today. We've spent some time, I think, because of how much of a blowout the other game was, we spent much of yesterday's second half of the show discussing the strategy for today, in particular whether Andreikin will be more or less happy with the game going quietly. We'll see today. And then obviously the must-win game for MVL in the second one.
So what should MVL's strategy be? Should he play as usual?
We still have some time. We could discuss the openings, but against Richard, yeah, I started that sentence and then I realized I don't know how to finish it because there are Berlins and things there now. Because I think the original sentence in my mind was whatever you do, you will get a fight, but that definitely is not true. Richard very much will be playing sort of the appropriate strat here, which is as safe as possible. And
yeah, the Petrov has been a steady part of Rapport's repertoire as well. I don't know. I would guess Maxim still goes e4 and he follows his usual prep, but of course, it's always a risk in these situations. Then again, if you play 1g3 and you're slightly worse with white after 20 moves, it's also not exactly a dream scenario against Rapport.
Yeah,
I would assume he still plays 1e4 and goes.
Yeah, 1g3 I wasn't going to be suggesting, but switching to, like, MVL has played some d4 these days, like, not a lot, but some. And maybe, you know, the Petrov is scary enough to just say a random closed opening is better than discussing the Petrov, but MVL clearly disagrees, yeah, and you were right on, and also no Petrov.
Let's see, c6 played, bishop b5, knight f6. Maxim just loves playing this endgame, no?
Yeah.
He'll just go for the endgame, but Richard can also play a6.
Yeah, Maxim specifically, I think, just does in this spot straight up play the endgame quite happily, even maybe, considering his results. Even though, you know, many of the games he's won there probably, at least at some point, were much closer to a draw than they were to a victory. He definitely has a very, very scary record on the white side of the Berlin, has won a number of miniatures even in 2021. One in the St. Louis tournaments and one in Riga.
But if I understand you correctly, you don't think the starting position of the endgame is winning for white yet?
No, not just yet. Whoa, okay, so...
But Rapport says, you know what, Maxim, you want a game? Here's your game. That's not a bad opening, the deferred Spanish, as we all know it's called.
We absolutely...
But it's somewhat surprising in these circumstances. Isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say this is not what I expected. I expected something that was sort of heavier on opening theory and lighter on just letting your opponent play a game of chess, but... Richard throughout his career has been I think the playing of the chess has never really been his weak side. So it's fine for him to just say I'm not that worried about the prospect of competing with MVL here.
No, maybe he just sees the world differently there. He says, yeah, let's play a game of chess. It is surprising though, because the playing of the chess is also not Maxim's weak side. So in a spot where you need a draw and you have the Petrov in your repertoire, that seems like an instinctively more logical choice. But he clearly does disagree. What is this called? The Steiner's deferred? That's the correct name, right? Steiner's deferred.
That's what we were told. I've not heard that before. Yeah.
We do know this line.
Yeah, even though it's not unplayable, right? Yeah, queen d4 would be a bit of a mistake, but c3 is still very, very much playable in that position.
Bishop is trapped, so you can't do that.
Yeah.
But c3 is still very much playable.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen, though.
Yeah, probably not. I was kind of wondering, but if we take on c6 here, they go d4 f6, right? I think if you want to do it, you probably want to castle first, right? If I go bishop c6, bc6, d4 here, I think that's supposed to be less accurate because at least it allows the move f7, f6, which might not even be all that bad here. It's kind of a really strange setup, which you don't see very often, but Black says, I have an extremely solid structure. The pawn on e5 is going to be well defended, meaning that the knight on f3 is very much restricted. Knight e7, knight g6, bishop e7, castles.
It's just fine. I've never seen bishop c6.
Well, it exists in later positions, of course, but probably not here, and probably for that specific reason. Yeah, castles played, and yeah, this is another very interesting turning point because if you want the forcing game here, bishop g4 actually does exist in this position, but I have a feeling Rapport is just not interested in any of that, right? Even though it would be a very interesting punt. Whoa. I
was giving a condescending look, but then it comes. It just, yeah. So he's trying to force a draw in his very own way, yeah, like because this leads to sharp stuff. Oof.
Yeah, and yeah, the point of this line is that basically nobody remembers. It might also be okay by modern computer standards.
H3, you go h5. Is that still a thing?
I have a feeling, having played bishop g4, you're kind of supposed to. I don't think you have much of a choice really, because bishop h5 is not supposed
worse,
to.
But do you want to?
Yeah.
I guess now you take on c6. Yeah.
We can take with the queen, right? Because f7 will be hanging.
Yeah. Also good for white.
Yeah, I would have chosen this over bishop takes just c3, d3, just a very playable. I mean, very nice little edge compared to the Yurtaevs and / Müllers. The fact that the bishop is still on f8 makes a big difference. Yeah, h3 already played. Yeah,
h5.
And h5. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very interesting approach to a must-draw game, I have to say.
Might be smart. He's saying, because I got it wrong. I thought he just wants to play chess, but he is saying, Maxime, I know you don't know every opening move by move, but you're an excellent player, so it will make you do move by move stuff, just in a very different spot than expected in the Petrov.
And in a way, it's very similar to what he did yesterday. Just asking
riskier with black as usual.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But continuing very much the strategy that brought him such success yesterday, in that he's choosing a somewhat offbeat. This is actually even more of an offbeat line compared to the Rook c3 yesterday, because Rook c3 has been gaining in popularity at least a little bit, and it definitely is on the radar. I think I was surprised that Maxime didn't have an answer ready. Whereas this, there was a period, I would want to say around maybe 15-ish years ago, when people were doing this semi-seriously.
I haven't looked at this since like Gashimov Grishuk.
Exactly.
15 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, I think Alexander Grishuk played it against me in the Baku Grand Prix in like 2008. And yeah, at that time, there was actually kind of a reason for you to study it. And I did spend some time clicking with very, very old engines. So those conclusions are basically completely invalid, I guess, by now. And I think it pretty much almost entirely disappeared. But there was maybe one recent game. I want to check. I have a feeling I've seen a reasonably high-level game maybe last year. But
I'm checking the base bunch of Vichy games, but nothing very recently. Yes, it's like Grishuk 2008, 13 years ago.
Yeah, Vichy actually lost this position with white to Adrien Demuth.
Yep.
In 2016. I guess it's judging by date, it's probably Jib maybe, or
he did lose this famous game in Gibraltar.
Yeah. And he declined the invitation altogether. He played bishop takes e6 and d3 here, just saying no to the quote-unquote main line, which starts with d2, d4 here. We should probably show, like, people have already said this is a bishop sacrifice variation, but we haven't really taken the bishop yet. So let's show how you take the bishop. So you go d4, you go bishop b3, black goes knight takes d4, and you take now and go knight g5. Because allowing queen h4 would be a mistake. So you go knight g5. Yeah, that's just straight up mate, because f3, g3. And after knight g5, you can they used to play knight h6 here, but there may have been some developments. I have a feeling maybe knight takes b3 followed by queen d7 was people, I think, tried recovering that line with the idea of just catching the knight on g5 with some kind of f6 play, counterplay. But yeah, this is a huge mess, which is impossible to, judge without computer help, and I haven't returned to it in years and years.
The two strongest players to debate this position, Lila Zero and Stockfish, they went knight g5, knight h6, bishop d5.
c6, c3.
I thought f4 was the main line here.
Yeah.
Memory serves from these old games. But bishop d5, c6, c3 is what these two giants discuss. Takes, bishop e7. And in a recent game, this somehow ended peacefully. So Rapport is probably just armed in all these forced lines, which, is a very interesting approach.
Yeah, very unusual, but also, like, MVL is already obviously at a very kind of a tricky spot because I think the line is quite healthy if you don't pick up the gauntlet here. As far as I can remember, all of those slow moves, like the immediate d3 or bishop c6 and d3 or c3 here, any of those, they don't really give very much to white at all. And engaging in those discussions after d5, d4, b5, bishop b3, without really, like, you will be playing against very recent computer prep. And
what is this? Takes bc d4. Do you play f6 here as well?
I'm not sure.
Just trying to piece together, as usual, 15-year-old half knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, but he has played d4, so not that relevant. The point is here, I think you can take.
Yeah.
We're not getting mated, but...
Yeah, I also can't really remember, but...
But Maxime has played d4. That's the thing about Maxime. Even though he knows he's probably...
heavily output
been caught, he will not back down from the main lines, which can be blessing and a curse. You can't bluff him, and he's an amazing calculator. But he will step into your prep.
Yeah, so we are headed towards those lines, and yeah.
This is fun though. HG, knight g5 will happen.
Yeah.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, and everybody in chat saying, "Wow, MVL plus 1.5, and it's only move 6." So you kind of need to chill a little bit, people. This is theory, and the
Rapport still knows. He has computers. The new Rapport has computers. He got computers like 2 years ago. Does it? No.
Yeah, it's not the
blunder?
kind of.
Chat says blunder.
Yeah, yeah, it's not the kind of 1.5 where you need to say wow. Sort of wow definitely belongs here, but not because of the evaluation, simply because of the nature of the choice Richard has made. It's a very, very unusual line to play in a must-draw game. But I very much like the choice. Even if he ends up losing it, I still like the choice. I think it's very, very good practically. Because it's very likely he will blitz out the next, I don't know, 10 moves, and Maxime will have to think and think and think. And also, it probably is not that bad. I have a feeling the 1.5.
That's what I'm more curious about, if this actually holds objectively. I haven't rechecked since the old days where it didn't seem like something you want to do with black, but I'm very curious. Also with this, I don't know where this computer game was played, but this Lila Stockfish TCEC 19 Super Final 2020. I'm not sure if they were made to play that position, but didn't peacefully. So it's intriguing.
Yeah, and we're told by Satiris that Gajewski in his Chessable course does not go d4, goes bishop takes c4 and bishop takes 6 and d4 instead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
7, yeah. Which I think is a very serious indication that the piece sacrifice doesn't lose. Because if it was just straight up unplayable, I'm pretty sure Gaju would have.
No, there might be positions where you're worse if white knows everything, but it's not like it's a straight refutation here. Then
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Second thing, saying, why is white better? It looks very equal. Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind when you see this position. Looks equal. Piece up that we have an h6. I don't know. It's just a mess. Move by move. f4 is a move here, and this bishop d5, c6, c3. We'll have.
Yeah, this is the one, and the other one is what you the line you've mentioned earlier, f4 right now instead of bishop d5, to which I think they used to reply c6, but I'm not sure what the current opinion on this is by the machines.
The base.
What is
d5? Last played 2005 though.
Yeah, d5 also existed, but I thought d5 wasn't working. But once again, yeah, whatever my analysis supposedly says on this topic, it's way, way, way outdated.
You don't have notes? You haven't looked at this recently for you or someone else?
Nope.
Where's Lawrence when you need him?
Yeah, Lawrence is walking the dog, I guess.
Okay, we said Lawrence twice. Oh no, that was 3 times. Oof.
Yeah.
Mako would know. That's probably true.
Yeah. This is definitely where you want to sub at least one caster and, sub him out with the superior Peter. Where it comes to definitely where it comes to opening knowledge like this, there's no contest.
Also, when it comes to
subbing out,
wows, genuine excitement. Cemento.
Yep, genuine excitement, very thin on the ground. I still have to wonder. Like, he takes like 5 minutes, chooses to play d4, gets here and starts thinking.
That's how he does it.
It is actually the answer. Yeah, I have nothing to say to that. It is actually the answer. That's how he approaches things. But you have to wonder if that's the most plus EV thing to do here with white. Just, because I think you can sort of tank here. You can tank on move 6 or 7 or whichever it is.
But also, even if you don't know any theory, you can always play bishop c6 and then either play d4 because it looks interesting, or bishop c6 followed by d3. Say, let's play chess. Yeah, might be less critical. But yeah, I think he knows d4 is critical and he trusts himself to be able to figure it out. So he goes for this, and now he will reconsider. But he does pay the price many a time in
absolutely and
games, as has
most recently yesterday. Yeah, exactly.
Most recently yesterday, but yeah, we've talked about this so much. I'm done. It's how Maxime approaches it, and his results are still great, and it would be fun to see him in the candidates.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely is part of what makes him such an exciting player, that he just never backs down, trusts his ability to play chess on demand. Yeah, I think we should probably start talking about the other game, because here I have a feeling a longish thing is coming here, because you really should not be hurrying this decision if you don't know the answer. It's an important decision. And the other one is sort of topical as well. I have a feeling I have this position in my course.
Wow, it's in your notes?
It's it's in everybody. Well, not everybody. That would be an overstatement. But yeah, trying to play b3 here is definitely a thing, and I think.
You recall who popularized this move, b3, in this position? At least to my mind.
Actually, not entirely sure.
Vladimir Kramnik, 2018 candidates tournament, being seconded by a certain Anish Giri.
Yeah, that makes it slightly funnier. Yeah, it existed before then as well. But yeah, whatever Vladimir does immediately attracts attention to to the opening line. And I think Anisha's response, unsurprisingly, is very much on point. Playing bishop g7, bishop b2, c5, challenging the center as early as possible. D takes c5 is supposed to be played here. I think basically the position they have on the board right now, and like the general setup they have on the board right now, is extremely likely to appear in this order, because d5 it gets undermined very, very efficiently by castles, and then e6 it just doesn't. Like, there are some lines in which I'm not sure white even equalizes. It's kind of risky, and allowing c takes d4 is not an improvement, so white often just takes on c5 here.
They're following that game, no?
Yeah, I think so. There's been a couple of Grishuk games here, and yeah, these moves get made in some order. Like obviously, black can start with d6 or b6, and white can start with bishop b2 first or c4 first or whatever. But yeah, some kind of a position like the one they have by move 11 pretty much appears on the board. And then you can sort of stop there and just talk about general plans, because it's just a very, very comfortable double fianchetto hedgehog for black. And the move that Andreikin made just now on move 12 is, I think, a very good indication of just how comfortable, because yeah, if you have to spend 2 tempi rerouting this knight to a better square, black will never really be in any kind of serious trouble.
Also what Kramnik did, no?
I think so, yeah. This is normal. This is probably best play, but I'm just saying you're very, very likely not better.
Yeah.
And black is in time to go like rook a8, a6, bring the queen back to b8, as it often is the case, maybe even all the way to a8 in some positions. And I think there's been a number of games in this line where people like put their pieces on optimal squares and then just started going king h1, king h8, king g1, king g8, because nobody can really do anything. And, you know, considering what we've been saying for like a day straight now about what Andreikin must feel his best chances are, some kind of a shuffle like this in a threefold and let's play rapid and blitz might not be entirely against his desires here.
I don't know. I'm always somewhat, not concerned is too strong, but respectful of these setups for white, even if black gets to make all the moves. Rook c8, I don't know, knight c3, a6. We do something, knight d4, queen c7. I always feel like white could be a little bit better. I'm not sure if he does this to be very solid and make a draw or just have a long game. I think it could go either ways too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If he feels he has a push, he will definitely continue. But I definitely remember that when I was looking for this for the course, I stumbled upon a couple of high level games where people, white goes knight c3, knight d4. Perhaps you can go bishop f3 and trade one pair of bishops off, which black doesn't really object to at all, because the queen is healthy on b7 when the trade happens. Black goes, I don't know, rook fc8, rook ac8, rook fg8, maybe e6, maybe you hold on playing e6. And, you know, as far as hedgehogs go, this one is very, very healthy, because white is far away from any of the normal plans, which are, I mean, with a bishop on g7, you probably aren't really attacking on the king side. And the other plan that people these days use a lot against the hedgehog, in my understanding, is like you go b4, a4, and a5 as early as possible, right? Or maybe a4, a5, without even pushing the pawn to b4. And your pieces also aren't really on the right squares for that, because that often involves getting the knight over to b3, and there's a pawn there, and you've already played b3, so b4 is a loss of tempo, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I couldn't really convince myself black is in any kind of trouble here.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be a short, solid game or a long shuffling piece around fight. Hard to say. Also, yeah, I guess you could manufacture a threefold repetition, but it's not, there's no obvious ones, right? And to make it even move 30 or whenever you're allowed to offer a draw without any contact is never that simple, because with white you passively also get some b5 or d5 one day. So it's
even though, like, if the pieces are sort of put on the first layer of optimal squares, and then the first person goes like h3, king h2, or king h1, or whatever, starts shuffling something, you often there is a kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge situation where the other person recognizes what's happening and just they find a way not to do anything.
What I'm always curious about in these positions is, should black try to exchange, let's say, 2 sets of minor pieces? I understand you can go a6, b7.
I actually quite like knight
try
e4.
to
I was
do
wondering
this.
about the same. Yeah, I think it's a decent idea if it can be done comfortably, and I think it can be done comfortably here. Yeah.
Not in the live chess viewer. It decided to freeze on the way to g7. And once it freezes, never comes back. It's like minced meat in my fridge.
Yeah. We've all been there.
My fridge?
Also in your fridge, yes. I've raided that fridge many a time looking for skyr in particular.
It is a scary fridge.
Yep.
Mr. Dodgy, greetings, saying, how do you know if there's been a Svidler in your fridge?
It's
a Riddler situation?
Yeah, some kind of a koan, yeah, to which I don't currently have an answer. Very koan-y koan.
Footprints in the butter? Probably some old children's joke.
Yeah. It's empty, says Lipgloss, and I think that's a better answer, honestly. I think that is more to the point. All your booze is goy, says Anatoly Korchnoi. The problem is Jan's fridge does not actually feature all that much booze, to my great regret.
Yeah, not the fridge. I do have a big collection of wine bottles I got somewhere along the way of my life, though, because they're usually not being drunk very quickly. So there is wine to be found, but not in the fridge.
Yeah, that's probably where that's exactly my mistake. I was looking in all the wrong places.
Yeah. H6, MVL, weighing the options, f4 or bishop d5. I would guess his knowledge is similar to ours, that they played this f4 15 years ago. And it was maybe supposed to be better for white, but who knows really? And to calculate this over the board, f4, I don't know what the moves are, d5, c6, knight b3, bishop e7. It's not that easy even for Maxime, no?
No, not gonna be easy at all.
This seems to be the latest trend with the cool computer engines. But yeah, if you haven't seen this before, it's also not that obvious. We shall see. Anish is saying, yup, let us exchange pieces, sir. Don't know why he said sir, but he goes knight e4. Inviting all these simplifications. Next question, do you take on f3? I guess the answer is no, but...
You could actually, yeah. I've seen people do that voluntarily here, and it's not horrible at all. Just take on f3, put the knight on f6, and claim that there's just no particular way for white to do anything at all.
Yeah. Anish spent a bit of time on knight e4, but he won't be a stranger to these positions.
Absolutely not, no, yeah.
I think studied them with both sides. He has played knight f3, g6, knight b2 with white more than once, which is sort of a relative. So yeah, he will have thoughts on these positions.
Yep.
Let's try some moves here. Knight h6, f4.
Yeah, 4 I think is more fun. Yeah. So d5 is the latest. Yeah, d5 with the idea of bishop c5 is by far the sharpest and the messiest of black's options.
We take
bishop c5, bishop e3, and yeah, I think they go. It gets really, really weird somewhere around here. I have a feeling that like queen d6 might be a move that they make, or maybe it's some other position. But there's definitely my sort of vague memories of material being completely ignored. Like black just goes for some kind of. It probably isn't here, but I and then some move. Yeah, I don't know. I think it doesn't seem like it's enough, right? Gf, bishop e3, king g2, and we're running out.
You gave that rook. Don't blame me.
I'm not blaming anybody. Knight df5 maybe, or something. I have a feeling I've been here, but I really can't remember how it went and whether it even went here or not. Yeah. This also doesn't really look that impressive, but yeah, g3. This might be working, but I have a feeling queen takes. No, not. Yeah. Queen d6, bishop e3, rook f2. I have to spend a tempo taking on d6, and then maybe my threat of g3 is not fast enough, but who knows?
What's the material balance? How much stuff are we down?
I'm down a rook and a piece. No, just a rook. Yeah, maybe it's not that bad then. I thought it was more. Yeah, I thought I was down like everything. Yeah, but probably even a rook here is enough. It is, yeah, an ungodly mess. Bishop d5, bishop c5, bishop e3, and if we go
also c6 here.
Also c6, yeah.
Give up all the pieces yet.
Yeah, and the inclusion. It looks weird to include d5 and just to throw the pawn away. But if you play, yeah, but I think also bishop takes f7 after f4 might actually be a threat. I don't know how to illustrate. I guess f4, c6. We can play c6 here, or bishop e7. Yeah, this specifically after bishop e7 because the queen cannot jump to h4 here, and king takes f7, f takes c just loses because queen takes d4 is coming next move. Yeah, that's the line I think that was worth illustrating. Yeah. I've actually grown curious enough to.
Hampton, international master. Might be an expert on this. He's saying f4, g takes f, knight takes f3, and now d5.
That also exists, yeah. That also exists.
No, it's one of these positions. Maybe I'll switch on more powerful engine on a different computer and let it run for a bit. I'm very curious.
Yeah, and I'm doing something which is sort of less productive in terms of finding the actual truth, but I'm sort of curious enough to check what I thought about this all those years ago. So,
wow, did you go to your notes?
Yeah, trying to fish.
Really? Because the Lawrence Trent of chess commentary.
Yes, absolutely. The formerly known as the voice of chess.
The new voice of chess. So how's this line? D5 or GF, knight f3, D5. If takes, bishop C5. What is this? Maxime, are you trying to calculate all this in your head now?
So this is dating all the way back to 2009. I did not look at bishop d5 at all. I did look at f4. And after f4, GF, knight f3, d5 is, I think, covered to. Yeah, d5 is given a dubious mark here and says knight takes d4, gives white an advantage. For some reason, bishop c5, c3, queen h4, queen e1. Feels like it's probably outdated, but this is what the file says.
C3, you go ed.
Ah. CD? Still on? Now Queen H4, yeah. It's very easy to blunder something like this, and the evaluation just goes all the way down, yeah. So this is one line, and the main line is F4, D5, Bishop D5, Bishop C5 here. I actually got this right, yeah, Bishop E3, Queen D6. And by I got this right, I mean this is what my file says. It probably is already a losing blunder, but this is actually what the file says. For some reason, Bishop takes A8 is not analyzed here whatsoever. It's only Fe5, Queen E5, Bishop takes A8. And we go either knight f3 check or knight hf5 there. And it continues for another 2-page downs and says white is completely winning.
That sounds believable.
Yeah. Clearly contains like a blunder every other move. I am too scared to check it with proper engines.
Proper engines are saying b4 here +4.
Yeah. Fe also not horrible.
Fe also good. Bishop f7 also +4.
This is on very, very old engines and probably not even used properly.
This line is interesting. This gf, knight f3, d5. I'm very curious. So, knight d4, bishop c5, and g3 first line. Yes, c3, ed, cd, queen h4. I switched on the computer now, as you can.
Some kind of a draw, yeah.
And this is apparently a draw.
Knight c3 is strictly the only move not to get mated somehow, which is believable. You do need to connect your pieces, and yeah, rook g6, and this is actually not a perpetual. I thought this was, considering it's 0-0-0, I thought it was going to be a perpetual, but it's not a perpetual. We actually win a queen here by bishop takes d4. For some reason, queen takes is a perpetual. And if king takes, we win the queen on d1 and the game continues somehow. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the problem is none of this is findable over the board, not even remotely. So in a must-win situation to enter any of these critical lines, not going to be easy for Maxime. And apparently f4 gf is also just fine for black. So bishop d5 really is the critical test now. If you don't know that, that's a tough starting point already.
Yeah, you already.
So how is this line? c6, c3, that's the computer game I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, takes, bishop e7, queen d2 appears to be forced, and
got a cover, and I think they played de.
And d, and yeah, currently the evaluation on our screen is the actual plus 1.5 that chat mentioned earlier.
By the time that sentence ends, it will probably be down a bit, yeah. 25. 0.87.
Yeah, Martin Benedict says to go in such a mess when a draw is sufficient is a bit surprising. Yeah, we've been talking about this because he basically did this straight out of the gate. We've been discussing it for the past.
I think it was excellent for black. Yeah. If he knows he would get such a mess, I think it's fantastic. It's really interesting choice. I'd be more concerned about alternatives where you're still slightly worse along the way, but maybe he's also a good judge of character, knowing that Maxime, given by all the evidence we have, he pretty much always goes for what he considers the main line.
Yeah, Young Shaman says, Shaman, this seems like a very odd choice, taking a gamble that your opponent doesn't know theory. But this is the argument that, first of all, nobody really remembers because the line pretty much disappeared and is only now being played in computer games. But secondly, like if knowing theory, you still need to make like 10 only moves and your advantage is not decisive, I think it is a very decent gamble. It really should not be counted as too much of a risk in a position like this, because choices on every move. It is a reasonably harsh time control.
Even if you checked this at some point, even 2 years ago, if you didn't repeat this before the game, like if there's not a line Rapport has played recently, these gambles are more often than not worth it. And I would guess in Maxime's case, he probably, if you looked at this, it's been a long, long time ago. Because this line has been very topical recently. And it's not a completionist to the extent that he feels like he needs to know every sideline is repertoire, as we've seen.
You get the feeling at some point, in particular, somebody like Maxime, it's not even that he's a completionist, it's just a fun line to look at. And, perhaps like that game between Vichy and Demuth comes into, attracts your attention, and you decide to like spend a fun afternoon clicking around. But that's 2016, and you probably have absolutely no reason to return to it since. And yeah, no chance you can recall the precise move orders, like no chance whatsoever.
Did you decide to spend a fun afternoon in 2016 clicking around when you saw that Vichy game?
By this point, probably slightly less curious than MVL is. At least my understanding of MVL, the analytical side of MVL, the chess player. The reason I have a file on this is because in 2009 it was actually something that people played against me. I wouldn't have had that file if not for the fact that I legitimately had to prepare for it in high-profile tournaments.
Mr. Dorji says, saying, Mr. Sadler, who knows engine games, is saying this is an easy draw. Yeah, we saw the Lila Stockfish game, and maybe it just is. Maybe it's not even a bluff whatsoever. Maybe it's just a line that Rapport knows is good, and the critical try for white is, what we mentioned earlier, bishop c6, bc, and now d4. Also evidenced by Gajewski, who is a very diligent theoretician as well, giving this as the main line in his course.
Yeah.
Chet Benedict is saying, but MVL is strong in such massive positions. Probably less strong than Stockfish 14, though. And if there's only like 2-3 playable lines for white, and Rapport checked them this morning, like you're thrilled here with black, with the extra knowledge, even if you're playing against one of the best calculators in the world.
Yeah. And yeah, he has been, as is his wont, and we've seen something similar yesterday as well. He has been in deep in thought after going down the absolute most principled reaction. Like he spent, I will check, but I think it was like 3 minutes on playing d4.
Yeah, that's the really. I mean, if you want to criticize him, we've mentioned many times. This is how he does things. It also makes him unbluffable, and so on and so forth. But yeah.
So yeah, 5 minutes
I
there.
don't think his chances to make the finals from here
5 minutes
increased comparing to the starting position.
And 29 minutes and counting so far in this position, which is understandable. It's an incredibly difficult position to analyze if you actually have to analyze it.
Possible, like to calculate over the board, just pick a move.
Yeah,
maybe you do something. I still have the computer running, but maybe you just pick a move that shows up on your screen where you know it's not one of the main lines, and hope it gets Richard out of book as well. But even that is, of course, easier said than done, and you're always playing this guessing game. But yeah, this line is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Learned something today already.
Yeah. And Satirius tells us that on the topic you briefly raised earlier, that they did mandate the entire lineup to knight takes d4 in that machine game. So d4 wasn't actually chosen by the engine; it was forced to play d4.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Computers given time, they might just go for this. Forced to go for this. Yeah.
Yeah. And
interesting.
The TCEC people do like to watch engines play unbelievably messy, non-standard positions. So I think it's a good choice for a round or two.
We all have our hobbies.
Yeah.
At FT2 played by Andreikin. Looks very classy. He wants this knight on c3.
There is a bit of an issue though, because if I take on to like the plan has to be queen takes, right? But queen g5 might be annoying, or maybe somewhat annoying, unless you're completely fine with playing f3.
I'm not fine with playing g3, so my options seem to
here your options are severely limited, but black is probably also not unhappy about this development. Yeah, we just go as usual, knight f6, rook ac8, rook fd8, and very, very difficult to imagine this being bad. Yeah, white goes e4, and then the question is, do we want this endgame, or do we want to continue playing with the pieces on? But the endgame is also really not that bad. take, you play rook c5, rook dc8, and you like h5 is thrown in somewhere, and then you chill.
Yeah, we'll see how Anish handles it. He does take. Queen takes will be played.
Most likely, yeah, because knight takes.
I go knight ft2.
Yeah. Even if you don't particularly enjoy the thought of queen g5, yeah, knight takes d2 here is such an admission of, well, not defeat exactly, but
yeah,
mistake.
Anyway, this game is somewhat dull. We still have the question if Andreikin is just trying to be solid, or if he just wants a long game with no theory. I guess the length of the game will answer that question. Anish at this point is probably fine with the draw, no?
Yeah, I think in this setup, yeah, it's a comfortable hedgehog. I stand by every word, but it's also not very exciting for black. So hard to imagine this.
Chess Liver is saying engine line also gets an endgame with 3 pawns for a piece. Crazy lines. Where is that? In bishop d5 c6? Or what are we talking about?
Yeah, probably. That machine line actually features some really, really weird stuff later. Like bishop b7, queen d2, d knight c3, knight f5.
Not sure which one it is. Your computer is changing his mind.
No, I mean,
I guess it's this, yeah?
I've taken a look at the game. After knight g4, you have to go bishop f8 here, apparently.
As you do.
As you do, yeah, because you do need the threat of queen h4, otherwise you are busted. And yeah, currently on our screen, black is still completely busted, or you know, as close as makes no difference. But this is you have to assume a weaker engine than the engines that played that game. So yeah.
I don't like you constantly trashing this Stockfish 14-1 on our screen. It might only be like 10,000 KNS, but it's still like a solid 3,500 rating. Like sometimes I might need to have to think for a second, but it's not exactly a patzer.
No, not at all. But hang on, this is against. So this is. I mean, Lila on the white side is. Although arguably this is not maybe the position that Lila most excels at, right?
I don't know. I found Lila to be pretty good even in tactics. Sometimes there's some things that feel like bugs where it misses a mate at the end of a line, but those are very rare. Other than that, I don't think.
Yeah. So this is Lila on the white side against this, as I understand it, a slightly well, G3 actually played.
There you go. That's what I said. He needs to play. He needs to choose door 3.
Yeah.
Does this get Rapport out of book? That's the big question.
Yeah, this is
so. We tip our hats to Monsieur MVL, who decided, you know what? F4 or bishop d5. I've calculated all the lines. It's only a draw. Must try g3. Other option is he just thinks it's the best move and was mentally going through some old analysis. We don't know.
34 minutes does I think very heavily hint at him just trying to work out some stuff over the board. Although I have to say, if you never see the move g3 on your screen at all, I think it's quite difficult to even consider it. Because it very much looks like it might just be a loss of tempo, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's a strange move to play when given this position cold. So it could very well be that he has seen this before and was just going over it mentally. I don't know. We'll find out.
And yeah, now
certainly not one of the two main lines.
Absolutely not. No.
In this position, which are very much this and this, at least by knowledge, not necessarily by having computers run.
This still has been played by strong players, but now you have to go back all the way to the 1990s to get the games here. There are 2 games here in 95 and 96 between Van der Wiel and Winans, and also a game between Stefan Kindermann Artur Yusupov on the black side of this, which is a bit surprising, honestly, because you wouldn't really associate Artur necessarily with this type of an opening.
Artur, he always had his kinky sidelines.
Yeah. And yeah, Artur won his game, and the Vanderbilt Winans game was drawn. But that's a millennium ago, so yeah, not very recent.
$1996. Kindermann Yusupov, Bundesliga.
Yeah. I've seen this game. I know this game. As I now realize, I clicked on it, and now I realize I've actually seen that middle game. Bishop e7, which is a very logical move. f4 is pretty much the only response here that makes any sense. And here Artur played c6, opening up some queen b6 ideas. Bishop e3 takes, c takes b3 for some reason. Also kind of logical, I guess, opening up some threats against the c6 pawn. d5, queen c1, rook c8, fe. And here Artur played d4, rook d1, d takes e3. I'm pretty sure I've seen this.
How did people even prepare this in 1996? They didn't have Stockfish, no? They looked at stuff and thought, or how did it work?
Yeah, it's unclear. And I mean, it's actually
chess informant.
And rook d1 is the first move here that the engine really disagrees with. So the standard of play up until this moment was pretty high. But rook d1, d3 apparently is quite good for black, and Artur did end up winning that game. Yeah, knight f5 was even stronger, but he didn't find it, I guess.
Oh,
that loses. Yeah, that just loses. But they did not lose in actual fact somehow.
Anyway, is Rapport thinking? That's what I really want to know.
Bishop b7, f4, queen d7 sort of blitzed out.
No, he's not really thinking, because you don't blitz out queen d7 if you see this for the first time.
Yeah.
Also unlikely. If this is what he prepared for today, he's not gonna get bamboozled by, I don't know, the third computer move in the starting position. No?
Yeah, that would be like legitimately what's the word? Not doing your due diligence at all. What's the opposite of doing? Negligence. Yeah, criminal negligence is the opposite of due diligence. That would be that. Not checking, like decent looking, not sworn at computer moves. Machine still dislikes this for black, though, you have to say. Even though the lines look absolutely mental, and I still don't really envy MVL's task for the rest of the game here, but yeah, engines aren't in love with this.
So let's figure it out. Should be 7, f4, queen d7, first move. This might just be the critical line of the whole thing. Yeah, the more forcing lines we talked about are equal. Gotta give Maxime more credit for either knowing or finding best move. And Rapport clearly not surprised by this turn of events.
Yeah.
So queen d3 is the first computer move. Knight c3, I was going to say looks more normal, but it also doesn't look that normal because we lose the right to challenge.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And f7, f6, either immediately or after the trade on b3, will become very much a topic, because you do need to have some answer for it. Yeah, like takes. I wonder why f6 is not. 95 is just very strong here. Fg, I guess. Or FG, I don't know.
Something similar. I keep mentally returning to this Ugar Grishu game. It was some similar themes. I think it was a very different position with some earlier queen d3, but it was also this just letting the knight here and saying, I'll take back, do your thing. Here, we also leave the other knight here.
Yeah, the positions remain completely mad for quite some time here.
It's being asked why c3 is not possible. It's possible too.
Yeah.
Takes, and now f6 is stopped. Computer is saying this is whatever, equal. But it's very random madness.
Yeah, why is this 0-0-0? What's the threat? Like what after knight d2?
Queen d8 it is.
Obviously queen d8, you idiot. Yeah, like why can't I see the most natural things in the world? Like we are threatening to actually catch the knight on g5.
Hearts 1996 is asking, Rapport still in his preparation, or why is he playing so fast? I think that's a very fair guess that he is still in his preparation. Nashvillian chess has no idea what a tattoo costs. Well, different debate here. Probably get a discount for a full arm though. Peter, what does a tattoo cost? You must have looked into the topic.
Costs an arm and a leg, obviously.
An arm and a leg?
They never look the same. So
I'm sure we talked about this, but there is, even after all my extensive research, still no tattooed player in the top 100.
Yeah, it's the more we talk about this, the more I feel that, it is incumbent upon me to
very much so
somehow correct.
You already broke the earring barrier. Someone can do the tattoo thing. It is you.
Yeah.
On average, you can expect to charge 50 to 100 for a small tattoo, up to 200 for a medium tattoo. Wait, is this advice for tattooers? And over 250 for a large tattoo. Sky is the limit, though, when it comes to very large pieces. It can be very expensive to get elaborate and large tattoos.
Yeah, makes sense. Twitch account is asking if we've done something similar in similar spots. I've had a very important tournament game where in a mass draw game I was down a rook by move 15. But the difference is I very much knew the engine likes it. And the engine at no point gives white any edge there. So it's a bit different to what Richie is doing here, where the engine, at least at first glance, appears to, it doesn't say it's straight up unplayable, but it definitely prefers white after most options, at least for the first 5 moves. Whereas what I played against Rajabov in the 2013 World Cup in Tromsø, it looked mad, but I knew it was working. And the machines also very much agreed, so it's not the same really. Going for like straight up semi bluffs or perhaps even bluffs, I don't think I've done that much in that spot.
There's talk about a face tattoo. Nah, that's too much. Somewhat related.
F5. So, yeah, I understand we probably should have continued talking about the face tattoo, but this is such an unusual decision here. Just leaving the knight on g5 completely stranded.
He's stopping f6 at least.
He is stopping f6, yeah. He is stopping f6. And he probably also is finally forcing Richie to make moves on his own. Because this does not look, judging by the severe drop in the evaluation on our screen, this does not look like best business practice for white.
No. There's a question by King Mele06. All these tournaments are so boring without Magnus Carlsen and Ali Reza. Why they don't play? They don't play because this is part of the qualification circle for the World Championship. And in this tournament, you can qualify for the candidates tournament, which is an 8-player tournament where the next challenger for the world champion, who currently is Magnus Carlsen, gets chosen. Alireza is already qualified for that candidates tournament. He qualified in another event, the Grand Swiss, and Magnus Carlsen is the world champion. Therefore, he does not have to qualify for playing the world champion. And yeah, I do know he played in the World Cup. But yeah, that's why you don't have Alireza and Magnus Carlsen in this tournament. We are aware that people usually don't mind having Magnus and or Alireza playing in tournaments. But yeah, sometimes we do cover tournaments where they're not playing. And then we hope it's still exciting chess, and we hope you still enjoy it. F5.
Yeah. I think it's also, I think MVL probably suspects this is not the best. But he also, maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into the drop in the evaluation, but it feels like he is trying to make logical, but maybe slightly off-topic moves here in the quest to finally get Richard out of book, because even the move G3 clearly has not done that. Richard until F5 was still, I think, above 130 on the clock. Also, it's not that easy to refute, because you can attack the knight on G5 by Queen D8 at any point. White will play Queen D2, and there is a kind of a strange impasse where you can't really increase the pressure against the knight on G5 very easily. You can take twice and go knight F3 check, but those endgames will be bad for black because of the original sacrificed piece. So you have to play for, basically, I guess, counterplay in the center is what the machine is doing here. Some kind of C6 D5 play appears to be very central to what black should be doing here in every single line that I see on my screen right now.
And if this got rapport out of book, then we have a fight. And kudos to MVL for making it to a fight after being ambushed like that. That's not easy at all without ending up in trouble.
Yep.
How's this line? Queen D8, Queen D2.
Yeah, and somehow the engines suggest you can play D5 here. Not immediately obvious why this cannot be taken, but Bishop D5, C6, it starts liking for black. I guess because there's, I still don't really understand. Yeah, weirdly, this endgame much improves by removing the d-pawn from the board. It's quite striking. This would be bad for black with the pawn on d6, but without the pawn on d6, the rook on d8 is so strong that
just winning a tempo F or stuff.
It just says I need the d file open. It's much more valuable than having that pawn survive. And this, for instance, is already completely winning for black. Knight c3 being not the best move in the position, but yeah, even after the best move in the position, black is doing quite well. Yeah. Although, how easy is the move knight g8 here is anybody's guess. Makeable. Actually makeable.
See that happening. Yeah, knight g4, king f3, and the knight is attacked, so we go out of the way. Threaten rook h1. The usual. Once you see it, it's easy, but that doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, so still complete madness. And of course, bishop takes d5 is not forced. You can play something like knight c3. I think the engines do play knight c3 after queen d2, g5. And then black plays c6, and some kind of a weird, slow maneuvering game ensues in which nobody tries to do anything forcing.
It's all very random. This is just computer lines.
Yeah. In particular, I very much like, once again, it's been a bit of a theme in this tournament, just playing rook a7 at random intervals to just include this rook in the game without really committing to anything else just yet. Remains an absolute mess. White currently is being somewhat preferred by the engine, which I will never again disparage. It's a very strong engine. Please don't be upset at me, Mr. Engine.
You don't have to ironic the engine. I'm just saying. For most purposes, 3500 is a pretty decent engine.
Yeah. Wasn't really ironic in it. I was, being on.
But what's much more important for the purposes of this game is that Rapport very much seems out of book now.
Mm-hmm.
And then how easy is it to just play quietly a piece down with c6, d5 and whatnot?
Yeah.
Good job, Maxime.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
In the other game, it followed the line, I think. We had on the board.
Yeah, we had been.
The engineer, we could just talk nonsense. And f3, knight f6.
I'm wondering if white doesn't play e3, 4 straight away, which is an option right now. If you go rook fd1 here or knight c3, I'm wondering if it actually makes sense for like just go d6, d5 and say those Maritz structures are probably not that bad, but I would like to not even have to think about them. Just knight takes d5 here and just swap everything and claim that we're completely fine. It's a bit awkward, but on the other hand, it's, you know, it might be awkward for like a move or two, but we probably survive, and then everything just gets completely equalized. It's an option, at least. That needs to be weighed. Yeah, I don't think I'm losing very much of this, right? Like rook fd1, I go bishop b6, king f6, and yeah, not really expecting too much of a problem here for black. Maybe there is a way to finesse it a little earlier and ask a question or two, because here it really doesn't look like there's a way to even ask a question. But
no questions?
Rook fc8 and then a5 or whatever. Yeah, rook dc1, a5. Really don't think this is a question. Yeah, but instead of like even one move ago, maybe queen c3 check is slightly more problematic. There's also some f3, f4 things I may have blundered immediately after d5. Like
Chad also mentions this move.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I understand there's still some danger, but like feels like it should equalize. Or at least it could equalize. Maybe should is a strong word, but could equalize. But yeah, as we've mentioned, you can play 3-4 straight away, or you can start with rook fd1 perhaps and play e4.
3-4 I don't like, because the knight once again
that gets to a bad square. Yeah. So maybe rook fd1, and if d5 is not played straight away, then we can go e4 and take with the rook, put the knight on c3.
Doesn't d5 gain strength here?
Yeah, d5 actually improves here, right?
Yeah.
Looks like it improves. And if you go knight c3, I think the right way to do that would be to play rook fd8 first, and then go d5, and that also I think improves my plan quite a bit, right? It's a much better version, because I'll be taking with the rook, and then going queen f6, and looks like very, very little. I don't know. Still queen c7 kind of annoys me, but yeah, maybe the entire thing is just unnecessary. I was trying to make a kind of a forced draw, but maybe it's just not needed, like it's just not worse.
We'll see how the players handle it. And Draken, I think, should be happy with the nature of the play here, like zero risk for him, and Anish at least has to make some decisions. If it's a draw, he gets the tiebreak, which he probably didn't mind that much from the get-go.
Yeah, that does feel that way for sure.
But it does pale in excitement.
To
this one.
Yeah. And Richard really should take some time here. It feels like we might be in for a reasonably large pause, because pretty certain that he hasn't really seen this before, and it's a very difficult position to play on your own. Even if you know the general motifs and you've spent some time clicking around, this is like g3, f4, f5 sets it very much apart from your usual fare.
Especially after f5, the general motifs change, no? Because I'm pretty sure f6 was a big part of the general motifs as well, or f3 check. Yeah, I'm very impressed by Maxime. finding a way to keep the game going and keeping it very complex. I read earlier that he did lose his advantage by doing that. That's sort of the point. If you play the first computer lines saying you got 0-30, you won't surprise anybody. And to find a way to keep the game going without making it obvious, I think he did a great job, like, at first sight. What are we debating?
Are we?
No, I'm just reading the chats.
Yeah, there's been some conversations on the somewhat hot topics of the day. Which are unavoidable and as such could not have been avoided forever.
Brickster Poker is not with me, saying his advantage was more than 0-30. He threw it away. I don't know. I have a feeling if you let the computer run in whatever the main line is here after queen d3, the advantage will go down. But yeah, computer-wise, he might not have made the best move. But if you play the first computer line, you will be facing instantly the best reply by your opponent. And if you don't know it till the end, till the secure advantage, then getting your opponent off the computer path is more often than not a good idea. The question is, as usual, how big a price do you pay for it? It doesn't look like with F5 you paid such a big price in the sense that the game is dead. So I stand by praising it.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I think, having seen the lines which are supposedly equalizing for black here, those positions are still very, very much alive, and also the moves that Richard is supposed to be making there are very far from obvious. So I'm also team F5 here.
C3 we covered earlier. C3 takes.
EF bishop f4 c6 or something.
And somehow c6 and then queen
stopping
d8.
queen d5, I guess. Yeah, I think we need to stop queen d5 to deny support to the knight on g5, and queen d8 becomes a threat. And
this is very much one of the lines where you would expect Rapport to know exactly what's happening if you play a forcing line like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a question if Peter is blushing or just very healthy. I think it's the zoom light effects. Peter is also very, very healthy.
Oh yeah,
but
none healthier than I. Yeah.
I can actually see you on the smaller picture above the show and then on the big show picture, and you look even healthier in the show. I'm not sure if there's some filter.
It's magic.
It is magic.
Magic, I tell you.
I, on the other hand, am a vampire. There's no way denying it any further. Knight to f6. I don't know, Andrei Keen. We can't wait forever for you to play Knight c3.
Yeah, that does feel like that a little bit, but yeah. Mathematics says Peter's makeup on point today. Yeah, I spent more than usual in front of the mirror before this show.
Did you go to the gym and not use any product afterwards today?
No, today is a day off. No, I took the doggo for a stroll and then cooked for a bit. So
leading the life.
Absolutely leading the best life.
I went to the gym. I did deadlifts. I'm very scared of deadlifts. I think I messed up my back a little bit in October in the Magnus Carlsen training camp, trying to impress the other very strong seconds with my deadlift skills, but picking too small a weight, because in this hotel we were They didn't have the big weights, and I had to go down further, a little more than usual, when you have the bigger weights. So it's been rough, but yeah, that's the excitement of my life. The size of the weight in the fight. What's your training routine look like these days? You're very coy about
it. I told the trainer that I wanted to improve some, like the numbers weren't going burr as fast as I wanted them to go burr. So we're doing more bench presses than we used to. So it's basically like bench presses and something on Monday, and bench presses and something on Friday, and the leg day on Wednesday. Numbers are still not really going burr, but we are, pretending heavier than we were pretending earlier.
So you're going for some linear progression thing? You just do your bench press and then you add 2.5 kilo the next time, or how does it work?
He's been actually studying this stuff for a while, and he has some really weird ideas on like where the numbers are supposed to go week to week. I've given up trying to understand, but the results do seem to improve just kind of slowly. So I'm chill with it. Whatever he tells me to lift, I lift, and then we go next. But there is some kind of a formula which I have absolutely no way of deciphering.
Sounds rough. Maybe you need a gym. We need a gym engine.
Yeah. Gym stream when, yeah.
Do it. My system is very easy. I still follow the system with a very easy name, GZCLP. I have an app that tells me what to do. I do it.
That works, yeah.
Thanks, GZCLP.
Peter Svidler from Peter Svidler Gaming, streaming from the gym. I
have met Maxim at gyms in the past. Not sure what his current gym situation is. Richard, I don't know. I'm not sure what sports preferences he has.
I think he probably plays some games. Like I'm very sure you can get him to play football or something like that, but I don't know if he necessarily lifts as such.
I do look exactly like Macaulay Culkin. You're right on the money. XOX Playboy Carter.
Which period, though?
Home Alone 1.
That's what I thought, really. Yeah, I've been wondering if I was wrong on this topic. And Andreikin actually declines to go knight c3 and goes e4, which is something that we weren't very in love with, but yeah, also just unbelievably safe. White kind of never ever worse here. I guess maybe you go knight d7 and f5 now with black, do you? Or is it unnecessary? It probably is kind of unnecessary, but it's not the stupidest idea in the world.
I'm also wondering if his next move is knight b1.
Yeah, if he does this again, it will be kind of funny, yeah. If he just repeats the shuffle until the shuffling, while the shuffling is good. Move 18, so we're still 12 moves from finding out what he thinks about the entire thing, but I get the feeling we know.
What's the over-under on how much time Rapport will spend on his reply to f5? Currently spent 20 minutes, I should mention.
20 minutes so far, yeah. Another 15?
Yeah, sounds about right. So he's already broken the time-honored rule that you should never spend more than 20 minutes on a move. Does anybody follow that rule? Like literally? Probably
no,
not.
I don't think anybody does now. And I've not even heard it specified like this for like.
Isn't that a Fisher thing?
Maybe, yeah, because I did catch the very, very back end of the Botvinnik school, and the Botvinnik wasn't there, but his maxims were still very much in place, and we were told that you must strive at least. I don't think they had a very high expectation of you ever succeeding for the rest of your career, but you were told that the first 15 moves should not take you more than half an hour. And
I've also heard, but yeah.
Yeah, it's completely unrealistic. Like
he also said, never play chess. Spend all your time preparing. So you can
pretty much, yeah, and
quickly.
yeah, like if I have a feeling that my parents probably saved those things, and it's maybe even possible to still track them down. They gave you things on A4 sheets of paper, like your homework for until the next session, and also recommendations. And yeah, recommendations basically, like it just sounds so completely laughable by this point. Like the idea that you're supposed to play like 55 games a year and not more.
Where's the time?
Yeah, and well, Botvinnik probably also had some very like it didn't really come up because he wasn't there anymore. But he probably would have something to say about the stated diet of Rapid and Blitz that we're all playing now.
He did have something to say about that.
Yeah.
He said, I played Blitz game once. It was on a train. Mr. Dodgy is saying you should never spend more than 20 minutes on anything. That's too much information, Mr. Dodgy. Like, let's keep your private life out of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Dodgy is also a popular streamer. You can watch his 15-minute Twitch stream. I don't know. Mr. Dodgy Chess. Check it out.
Yes.
Because he's often accused of being an anonymous Twitter personality. Not the case. You can see his face. Plenty.
Yes. Jan 1, Mr. Dodgy 0 so far.
Jan 1, Mr. Dodgy 8,000.
Yeah, kind of an unfun spot to be for Richie here. That he probably realizes the gamble hasn't backfired just because he doesn't know what to do here. But all the knowledge of that in the world doesn't really help you deal with the fact that you're a piece down and have to play very, very precisely. Because
yeah, that's why I kept raving about F5. It's a way to get him out of book and still making it tough. And C6. I mean, just the general. Okay, let's make moves C6, A5, D5. Queen D8, Rook A7. None of these are like lines you can calculate. You just have to, I don't know, make some tough judgments.
Yeah.
Maxime proved us wrong in all the horrible things we said after knight G5, knight H6 by expertly playing G3, F4, F5, getting rapport out of book. Good job by Mr. MVL. Jan42 says, came here for chess. Am now reading about GZCLP. GZCLP is amazing. And if you were doing strong lifts earlier, make the switch. Go to GZCLP. What's Mr. Dodgy saying? He's saying 15-minute streams should be a thing. What about like if there's a good game played on a particular day that it's being analyzed like in a stream that is also available on demand for, let's say, 15, 20 minutes? I don't think anybody's ever done that. We could call it, I don't know, game of the day. What say you, Mr. Dodgy? If we don't give away too many opening secrets? I think we're onto something here. Boom.
I'm also now reading about the LP and
Yeah, do it. Just show your trainer. Please, that's the LP. Tell him you're fired. I have an app now. And here we go.
yeah. Nah, don't think so.
Lorraine is saying Levy does that. I don't think anybody does that. Doji says it has to be the magic of live streaming, though. So you get the thousands of subs. Yeah, I've been told that's how it works. Like you do the 15 minutes of magic, you get the thousands of subs. You can pay your cat food. Everybody wins. So Mr. Doji already streamed twice this week. How's Pilberta doing?
On the streaming front? Oh,
Yeah.
excellently. Stopped streaming. Stopped streaming completely and I don't know how to continue that sentence.
I understand.
So, tell me again what the magic recipe is. I caught the back end of it, which featured Game of the Day, which already made me kind of afraid for how well it can be applied to what I normally do. But
what are we talking about?
You gave some kind of a magic recipe for the thousands of subs and the.
I was being facetious.
I understand that, but I still would like to know.
Mm-hmm. I think it will lose some of its facetiousness by repeating.
Okay.
I think what Mr. Doji Chess is saying, or what we're saying, is that we should do Game of the Days, but on Twitch, so you can get the live magic.
The thousands of subs, yeah.
Yeah.
This part I very much like. My brain definitely registered the idea about the thousands of subs, but everything.
That's also why I went into the Twitch game, because my brain did register the idea of the thousands of subs, but not all the long hours killing vampires.
Yeah.
On to F5.
So
facetious is a very tough word for me, chat. Don't bully me. Facetious. How would you pronounce facetious?
You're doing it perfectly.
Thank you.
So we're
face eaches. Mr. Doji Chess is going to do a 15-minute stream today with a timer and auto shutdown. I think, Mr. Doji, it has to be a 30-minute stream, but the first 15 minutes is just an away screen with a countdown where you announce your arrival. And then that countdown resets after 15 minutes of people waiting for you for 15 minutes of you actually doing stuff.
That feels like an idea. There are also some other very, very cute ideas you can do with the timer, which at some point it looked like people will actually start doing, but then they didn't, and we were all very sad. There was the idea of just introducing the timer to the screen, and it counts down something, and there are no words above or below it, and no command that explains what the countdown is there for.
I have that at the start of every stream. I have an uncommented countdown.
And then it just automatically resets every time somebody asks about it in chat.
Oh, okay, that's an interesting twist. Homan, I hope I pronounced that right, saying nobody addressed the main issue. Mr. Doji plays rapid. A game might last longer than a stream. I don't see the issue here. I used to watch this TV show, I don't know what's called in English, Kickers, with these football teams with Tsubasa Ozora. Anyway, one episode would never cover an entire game. Like, you just watch multiple streams. What's that show called? Tsubasa Ozora? Chat, help me out here.
I have
German, it's called Die kleinen Superstars.
Mm.
Is it kickers?
And
C6 played in the meantime. Well,
yeah, the over under the under won by
Captain Tsubasa. That's what it's called.
I will research.
Apparently, the original title is Captain Tsubasa, which is a much better title than Kickers Decline Superstars, because Tsubasa is also the captain of the team.
Absolutely.
So C6 played.
Yeah, C6 has been played, and now MVL supposedly I think has to go knight C3, but King G2 Rook H1 Rook takes H6 is also something that I've seen engines mention. Black probably plays D5 against most things here because it does look logical to push in the center, and then White could go knight C3. I guess it's kind of a little dance around which of those things happen first.
Chat is also telling me I'm wrong about kickers. There was the other show. What's the Tsubasa Otsura show called in German? It's not Captain Tsubasa. I don't believe you. I think you're just not as old as me, chat. In the 90s on RTL2. That's what it was called. Anyway, apologies. Back to chess with the big superstars. Maxim Schiller-Graf and Richard Rapport. C6, best move. Credit to Rapport, who happens to be pretty good at chess. And I don't know, what's this new bug with the clocks being wrong all the time? Like,
yeah, it's
can we fix that?
Well, it's obviously importing, like the clocks are being imported from the PGN, and the PGN gets.
Is the PGN being wrong yet?
Pretty sure it's the PGN getting.
I think it jumps like.
Yeah,
Rapport has 1 hour now, not 1:31. It jumps back to. It glitches on other sides too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my guess would be it's something on the World Chess side, which does look strange, but we have no control over.
So apologies to live chess viewer. Apologies to the engine. Many things to be sorry about today. So what should White do? Knight C3 still feels weird not to challenge.
Yeah.
King G2 I sort of like, just not having to think about this fork anymore, although this was never a big threat. This is apparently always fine, yeah? I have the computer running, there's no really thinking.
Yeah, it's and we actually got our wish in the other game. I just briefly want to bring up that game because it goes back.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does make.
He did spend a lot of tempi. Probably, well, that must mean that he was worried about your D5 ideas here, because otherwise, why not try to go knight C3, rook F1, E4?
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, black is completely fine, of course, and I think I figured out what the repetition might be watching the ticker of the first line here going. Like you play A6, rook C7 in some order. White goes knight A4, you go knight D7. White goes, I don't know, rook F1, you go bishop C6. White goes knight C3, you go bishop B7. And
go king F2 and you saw it. Never draw. But then you go rook FC8.
Yeah.
And we start panicking about B5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Could very well be. Anyway, draw does seem to be an overwhelming favorite in that game still. Because there's also this thing, I'm not sure it applies to these two guys, but the fear of sudden death, that sometimes even if it costs you equity, you prefer to prolong a match because you know at the very least you have
one more day.
A chance tomorrow, while today if it goes wrong, there's no such chance, even though you might have 60% going for it today and only 50 by making it to the tiebreak.
Yeah, and Vandergroen says Captain Tsubasa is a franchise and has multiple anime adaptations. One of those is called roughly what you said in German.
Thank you, Vandergroen.
Apparently, I can't quote the German name in chat, or it blocks the message. And MVL has played Knight C3, the move I kind of nominated, but the engine doesn't appear to like all that much. And now after A5, it starts preferring black. Yeah, I have no idea why any of these things are true.
Might not be able to refute the point that there is also the show Kickers that features there is a different manga show featuring a football team. But I still think I'm right.
Yeah. Chess Weeb says, it's an English stream, Peter, shaking my head.
Here, Super Kickers. Episode 1, Super Kickers. Captain Tsubasa.
The first moment of genuine excitement in an hour and a half of today's stream, despite MVL being a piece up from moves.
Yeah, I'll pretend to care about the game. Super Kickers. Is that it?
I'm very much enjoying this.
Super Kickers 2006, Captain Tsubasa. That's the full title. Original title, Road to Dream. Weird original title, I should know. Transcription. Captain Tsubasa, Road to Dream. The Ryan says, I called it. Sorry, I didn't read all of it. Okay. Now we can rest. Knight C3 played.
Yeah. Apparently A5 is very strong now. Provoking A3 and then Queen G8 gains in strength for, once again, whatever reason. Why can't we go Queen G2 there?
A4,
A4 before.
Get tarped.
Yeah, Queen G8 and Queen G2 Knight G8 now.
None of these lines make any sense.
Yeah, like it's just completely ridiculous. Yeah, but now Rook H5, I guess, is a threat. So you can sort of relate to what is happening on the board here. The Knight on G5 will never have any moves. When the Knight comes over to F6, you're kind of busted anyway. So, and it's important to remember that Black actually has 2 pawns for the piece, right? So, if your position also gets completely ruined,
pick up a piece, you are actually stuff up.
Yeah.
No, but A4 was bad. I was just curious.
Yeah, A3, but after A3, it's very similar. I think you can go even Queen D8.
It only works, but yeah, all of this business is still around.
Yeah, and here once again, Knight G8 is very strong, and yeah, the previous version was kind of winning for Black. This isn't winning, but Black is better according to the engine here, and that means that after Queen G8, you have to take on F7 and on G4, but the engine doesn't really love it either.
Why is A5 so important? Just
to make sure you take
we don't have to worry about AB anymore later.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Because here,
yeah, Queen D8 also fine. Yeah, but
this still works apparently. Just
yeah, but
G8 trapping.
Just loves it less. Yeah, it loves it less because the position is less broken up. The Rook on A1 is somewhat active, and there's more counterplay, but it's actually still better for Black. So yeah, we have to kind of oscillate wildly between complimenting MVL's choices and maybe still complimenting
the joys of chess commentary. We can change our opinion after every move, and often rightly so, because we have chess engines, and Peter is also good at chess. A5. If Rapport plays this, all his choices leading up to this moment were great. If he doesn't play it, why did he play such a risky line with a piece sacrifice in a must-draw game? That's my current take.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I do have the test match open in a tab somewhere, but not watching it very closely. Winish. A5 is a playable move, though. I think it feels like you can actually come to that conclusion that the inclusion of A5, A3 cannot be in white's favor, and A5, A4, B4 really does look like it.
Especially if you spotted this Queen D8 in some other line, because this looks like the first line you calculate now. And once you get here, where D5 apparently is also good, but yeah, you can be happy.
Yeah, the point about this position is that once you realize the reason I was talking about the 2 pawns for the piece specifically in that position is that even if we don't win the knight on G5, even if we go knight F6 there and just ignore it sort of for the rest of the game, we have very healthy counterplay even without trying to immediately cash in, like knight F6, Queen B6, D5, Rook D8, and white's position continues being kind of completely broken up. Yeah, it doesn't like it, but even here, like it. Okay, I've lost the game in 2 moves. Yeah, apparently.
I don't know. Take the horsey.
Yeah, taking the horsey, not wrong.
I don't mean to troll too much about the cricket, but the test match is the highest form of competition, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, depending on how much of a boring purist you are, but I am obviously
I'm a very boring purist.
Dictionary.
But is that a good name? Like test match for someone who doesn't know that much about cricket? At first hearing, I would not think they're playing a test match. That has to be the highest form of competition. Stakes is high. It's a test match.
It's the proper test of character. I think this is why it's called, like, I think that's the origin of the name, because it's supposed to, it's like, obviously there's always been like betting and corruption around the sport, but they always try to preserve the veneer of this being a gentleman's game and all the class bullshit to go with it.
So if you use sandpaper or whatever, then you failed the test.
Kinda, yeah.
But you might have won the test match.
I don't think they even won that test match.
They? Oh, okay. I don't know much. I was just curious about the wording. Knight C3 played by MVL. A5 still being contemplated. 7 minutes so far that Rapport has spent on this move.
Yep. Luckily for him, he can still sort of return to it later. Like the inclusion of A5, A3 will still be available to him after, let's say, Queen D8, Queen D2. Queen D8, yeah. Arguably, white should already start cashing in with Knight F7, as I've mentioned, in a different position as well, but doesn't seem to give white any advantage. And yeah, it's good for Richard here that the two most obvious, I think the two most obvious moves in the position both appear to be quite healthy. I wonder if we can still play for the old counterplay. We've been talking about A5 and Queen D8 either in connection or separately for a while. Can you still go back to like playing D6, D5 here, or does that lose now? Doesn't lose. Yeah, doesn't lose, but the ancient doesn't really love it, right? Because
also feels counterintuitive now.
No, I was wondering if we can actually kind of launch a mating attack if white takes, but appears like we can't.
Like here.
Yeah, it just doesn't do very much. It's very safe.
Yeah, comp not too worried.
No.
Okay.
Ponceani Scheme says, do players study before test matches? It's a very droll, sir. Also, they probably do, yeah. These days, everything is... Sabermetrics are slowly but surely making their way into that sport as well. So there's a good amount of analytics being done. If you like cricket, you're a lost case, says Jackie the writer. No, you. I think is the appropriate reply there.
I always read the Chess24 chat as well.
Yeah, I have it open, yeah.
Get a glance, especially what our beloved Chess24 premium members are saying. So they're both open.
Yeah. The pace of play slowed down very, very considerably though, but...
Yeah. This is feeling like Tsubasa Otsura all over again. Feels like they're running really quickly, but they need like half an hour to get to the other side of the field. Do you say the field or the pitch?
I think it's a pitch, yeah.
I don't know, I guess. It depends. Football field?
Make a move already, Richard.
Come on.
Yeah. The suspense is killing us. We want to know how this ends. Or at least how this continues. Maybe ends a little bit over optimistic, but yeah, I can't really bring myself to talk about this one though. Even if the players refuse to make moves on the MVL board. Their particular hedgehog is just not very titillating.
Agreed. We can try some other moves here for rapport. So after this, the first computer move is this.
Yeah, we should talk about this structure in general.
This is a plausible line. And yeah, Queen D8 played. There you go. Maxime will take. I think he'll be happy to change the nature of the position. Dreadnought is also mentioning Bishop F7, Knight F7, Knight E6. But is that good? Apparently not.
Yeah. Engines disagree very harshly, I say that.
Don't be say, your knight, don't impress me much.
And then King E7 is a very strong threat, just either picking it up or forcing white to take on D4, which would also be quite bad. Yeah, this is unlikely. I don't know why you're so certain that MVL will take, but yeah, it does feel like maybe
he will.
Yeah, just
with the knight.
Yeah, switching from having to care about that knight forever to a position where it feels like it has some active pieces and some play. But yeah, this is, I think, the biggest problem is that takes Bishop G5 is a very, very solid idea for black, just with the intention of taking on C1 and playing Queen G5. Or playing Queen F6. But I think just taking and playing Queen G5 is very, very solid here. In a must-draw game specifically. Like it's just an endgame which looks completely fine for black, yeah.
We don't need to shuffle that knight, actually. It's pretty well.
Yeah, it's doing quite well on G5, actually, yeah. If anyone is better in those types of endgames, it's probably black, and this is why the inclusion of A3 and A5 is so strong, because in this, if it's the same endgame with white having taken C takes B3, just legitimately quite unpleasant for white, I think. But that's in the past now. Yeah, it's curious just how strong this idea of knight b3 and knight g8 is against queen d2 in every single position, even without all of the very favorable inclusions on the queen side. Like if you go queen d2 here, knight b3, a b, knight g8, still seems to give black a very, very good game. And that's like the absolute best scenario. Like of all the versions we've seen of that position, it's by far the most favorable, and it still isn't very good. I wonder how obvious that is. Because we've been cheating today quite a bit, and it is obvious by this point to anyone who's been watching the first line scroll past their eyes. But yeah, how easy is it really?
For knight g8,
Yeah,
we spotted that in many a line at this point, and I don't think it's that tough. Once you reach this position, you think of ways to challenge the knight. You can't go f6. No, I don't think that's tough for Rapport or Maxim.
Mm.
Because also, I'm sure there are lines, but pretty much it's rook h5 next move and the knight is gone. No, like
It's just that you know, it's a kind of a stupid homily, but still finding moves back, like any move that requires you to move a developed piece backwards. It's a bit of a blind spot, but he has played queen d7 d8 just now, so I guess maybe.
With a knight on h6, you might even have the instinct to reshuffle it to f6. I mean, I'd be shocked if. Well, I'd be surprised if queen d2 was played, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't met by knight g8.
Yeah,
or knight b3. Yeah,
I don't disagree. It's just that I know this about myself, that like if I've seen the solution, it becomes completely impossible for me to gauge from that moment on the likelihood of me actually finding the solution. Like it's there, and like it feels extremely natural, and you can no longer really go back to the moment where you've seen the position for the first time and try to.
Yeah, we've talked about this plenty on the show, that if you see a computer move, it always looks easy with hindsight. But I'm pretty sure if you give this position cold to you or any strong player, then
in particular because there really isn't any choice, because
pretty much every time.
Yeah, like you.
So what else do you want to do? Resign or wait for king g2, rook h1?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem and the biggest reason why it's very findable is, and knight f7 plays, so you're very much on point on that as well, is that black just does not have any particularly good choice other than. Okay, knight f7, queen b6 shouldn't work, I assume, so you have to take twice. Or, I mean, you take once, and white doesn't take on f7, they take on g4. And there is a choice.
Though, like this, how bad is this? Now engine's off, so we can think.
We just go bishop f6 here, right, to have an e7 square available to the king, and then white just kind of struggles to deal with the knight on d4. Bishop b3, knight takes c2 is a problem, and black just wants to play, I don't know, queen g8, h7 maybe, or in this position.
To launch lethal tech.
Yeah, well, you probably get mated, right? You like rook h3 or rook h4, g5, rook h8, and.
I thought check, but yeah, rook h8 also very much there.
Queen h8 here, and you get the feeling you're not the side being, you know.
It was fun while it lasted.
Exactly, yeah, but it's hasn't lasted for very long. He has played queen takes g4 instead of bishop f7, as we've expected. And yeah, now Richard has a choice, and this really, I think, maybe the first moment in the game where he legitimately has a choice between maybe what he would have done in a normal game and what he probably should do in a must draw game. Because once again, I'm somewhat influenced by what I've seen on the screen, but I think something like d6, d5 is actually playable here, or bishop f6 and then d6, d5. So you can still continue pushing this is a very interesting mess, which I would like to play button. But knight b3, bishop g5 just makes play so much easier. Because there really does not seem to be any kind of a good way for white to stop that extremely straightforward plan of getting the bishops off the board and putting the queen on g5, killing all attack. Playing f6 at any point just, I think, throws the pawn away, so you can't really do that. And then, yeah, black just gets that. You can't stop it. Yeah. I think if this were game one, it's very, very possible that, you know, somebody of Richie's general temperament and, you know, love for the game and love of the mess, it's very possible he plays some kind of a move here which preserves all the juice in the position, so to speak, and just continues playing. But today, I think the practical decision has to be knight b3.
We shall find out in roughly 6 minutes. In the other game, pieces are being moved to squares as well. I don't know. Rook c5, is he just saying, I'm not particularly concerned about knight a4s?
Yeah.
What are you saying? Hard to be too worried about anything with black here.
Yeah, it's just a very, very safe position. Yeah, you don't even have to touch the, like, even provoking a6 is not straightforward. Although at some point b3, b4 might start becoming a bit of an annoying threat if you don't play a6.
Yeah, you don't want to wait for 100 moves, but
yeah, I'm wondering if I'm wondering if d6, d5 here is a very stupid idea or just slightly stupid idea, unless it loses by force, yeah, which it might. Yeah, takes everything and b4 it wins a piece here, so I can't do that at all. But it also is probably just wrong on more general grounds. We don't want that change of structure. Yeah. There was a question about king g2 from the liquidator in the Twitch chat. I don't know which position you mean. After knight b3, bishop g5, or it doesn't really make much difference, I think. If that's the position you're meaning. So like some clarification would be good there. Yeah. And I think it should be, well, like, trading the knight on d4 for anything is maybe not, it's by far the best piece on the board currently, but still, the bishop on b3, now that things have opened up, is an important piece, so trading it is always going to be decent. And bishop g5 in particular, I think, is a very logical idea. So
the knight on d4 is by far the best piece on the board?
For black, I
Trading
think
it for the bishop is decent?
Yeah. It comes back to what I was saying. I think, like, if you want to play for the sharpest position possible here, you keep the knight on, you keep the trade for in reserve, and you play something like d5, and you just continue pushing. But it just feels unnecessary.
I'm curious. I feel it's 50-50, and I'm not sure he will base his choice so much on the situation, but more on what he thinks is the best move. And I can't really tell. But yeah, if this looks safe, I guess he will do it. To me, it didn't look that safe at first sight, but might be.
But I think, like, the more you think about this position, the more you realize the white knight in particular does not really have very good squares. And yeah, we take on c1, we go queen g5. I don't think white can keep the queens on. Like, you will probably get mated if you don't trade. And yeah, king g2, I don't know, king d7, e7 somewhere, yeah. If you want to double,
I don't have time to go after this. Yeah, I guess
a5 exists, but also just rook h6. Rook h6 will force you to trade one pair, I think, right? So you have to go rook h1 here so as not to get mated, and then yeah, we take, we go. I mean, there's a number of ways to go about things. Yeah, knight h7, f6 doesn't look horrible at all. Also, knight f3, g4 doesn't look horrible at all.
Yeah.
If it works, I mean, blundering a pawn would be suboptimal. But
Oh no, we have a check and another check, and we
yeah,
have to calculate.
G7, G6 doesn't look horrible. There's a number of things here which makes sense. Yeah, and
Very relevant line.
yeah, we've won with black actually. Yeah, because AB
King of 1 was a bit better, not to lose the rook. But
and rook H1 check. Yeah, we have actually won the game here. Yeah, knight B3, AB on the board in the meantime. So
okay, I'll stop this nonsense. Who knows? But yeah, he did take.
yeah, now bishop G5 is a lot.
Could you make a case for bishop F6? I understand bishop G5 is good, but
yeah, but it feels like the bishop on F6 is not going to be stronger than the bishop on E3. So why are we preserving them? You can, I mean, bishop F6 is a normal move. Yeah, I don't think it's horrible. It's just that
no.
Once again, I'm a bit.
Does that look appealing?
Yeah.
There's no.
The same struggle is very real here for me as well. F6, bishop F6. Yeah, it's just a very healthy pawn you give away for one check. Just doesn't work.
One check.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like this looks.
Yeah, it just looks like an endgame.
Fairly logical play.
Just very, very nice.
I don't know if we spent the tempo on B4.
Yeah, before king e7. Yeah, you can play rook h1 first, but then I will take play a5. I think quite happily, right? And
that's why I spent the tempo.
Yeah.
Yes, white is just not better.
Yeah, I think it's even visually quite clear that white is not better, and could be worse. Like here, you might have to like suffer, like go a4, and it starts becoming a bit annoying, I think. And also, I think it's very obvious just how safe this is for black.
Yeah.
B3, A3, and then yeah, eventually, you might start running some risks.
The rook comes back.
Yeah, bishop G5 played. Yeah, I thought that was very likely. Yeah, Rich has been playing really well. This entire match, I think, both the strategic choices of openings and also the implementation once the position is on the board has been, I think, spot on for second day in a row.
No, he's always been special when it came to understanding the game, but yeah, this opening cunning that he seems to have added feels like it's a little new, or maybe he's just started using it more. It makes him a way more dangerous player.
Yeah, and that brings us back, and yeah, that conversation also resurfaced in the chat. Brings us back a bit to the conversation about the general standings in the Grand Prix. And yeah, the most important bit of info, and I wonder if we didn't know about it simply because they just made a drawing of lots very recently. But seemingly the most important recent new bit of info on the topic of chances for qualifying for the candidates is actually the drawing of lots for the second Berlin leg. This is the current standings on your screen. If Richard actually does go on to win this semifinal, he will have at least 17 points, potentially 20, once Belgrade is over. And apparently, one of the groups in Berlin, starting soon after this, is actually Hikaru and Levon and Dmitry Andreikin, who is the other semifinalist here, making it very, very safe for people who aren't in that. Well, I mean, much, much safer for people who aren't in that group, because only one of them can actually qualify out of group. So yeah, Richard is doing quite well. And also, I think I saw some calculations on Twitter yesterday, which appear to be indicating that one of the people who, in terms of EV, gains the most out of this is Anish. So, like the biggest loser, I think, was Hikaru in terms of EV lost by that drawing of lots, and the biggest winner was Anish. I don't know exactly.
Shockingly, that's the only Anish Twitter content you get to see these days.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. You had
No, I think I gave my spiel. Did I say spiel or spiel? It probably should be spiel in every case, right? Even in English.
I think spill is a different thing. But you did spill the beans.
Very much so.
Do you like beans?
Not. I mean, I'm fine with beans, but not my favorite staple food. I think it's just because, like, there's no particular culture of cooking them in any kind of interesting way where I'm from. But beans in Mexican food are generally very, very good.
So you appreciate a good chili con carne or sin carne?
Con carne.
Getting hungry now. Maxime, this could be it. It looks rough to even keep the game going. No, not to make moves, but to have a position.
Yeah,
create a position that still poses challenges.
This is exactly the problem here, you know. Because those endgames look completely fine, and if you keep the queens on, extremely likely that you will be the side getting mated. And reasonably quickly as well. Like, you can play, I don't know, king g2, take on c1 with the a rook, I guess, and go, I don't know, queen e2 after.
Which rook?
The a rook.
The
a rook.
So the f rook, let's say.
Yeah, queen g5, queen e2. And yeah, you don't get mated immediately, but also, like, why are you supposed to be better here after king e7? Like, why on earth would you think you're in the running? Eventually you have to play rook h1. I think you can't really postpone it for much longer. And if all else fails, I can even take and go rook h8, and I think that endgame is also just completely safe for black, right? The queen and knight. The knight on h8 will be misplaced for like a move or two, but the structure is just so solid, and the king on g2 is so much less safe than the king on e7 that, yeah, I mean, you go knight g1, knight e3 or something, but you're just still not better.
Here's the bathtub. Bathtub is an amazing structure. Covers all the squares.
Absolutely, yeah. Lama Malo says queen f2 a7. Yeah, I blundered that, but even that I don't think does very much. Like, I think I can ignore it and play, like, I don't know, king f6 in that final position, and then start giving checks of my own from d2 and so on. I did blunder it though.
Jackie the writer is saying real chili is also not made with grounded meat. What's grounded meat?
So meat that's been grounded for bad
house
behavior.
Arrest meat? It has house arrest?
Yeah. Was also denied allowance.
Mincemeat. Gotcha. Is Jackie the writer the same guy who felt very strongly that real spaghetti carbonara was not using spaghetti? I think usually if there's any food being brought up, there will always be a take that the real version of it is different.
Yeah, I did the carbonara before this show, and it was with linguine.
Wow.
But that's because they, like, I do these things where they send you like prepackaged.
Oh no, Jackie says carbonara is not with cream. That was his take. I remember Jackie had a hot carbonara take. Maybe not that hot.
Yeah, and also, yeah, Miro had some very specific carbonara knowledge.
Jackie knows the original recipe of any dish out there.
Yeah, no cream, no freaking bacon, exactly. And this carbonara was with bacon, but that's not my choice. It's basically we do this thing where you order like a week of dinners from a service, and they bring you all the ingredients and you cook them yourself. And yeah, when I realized their carbonara is with bacon, I felt very betrayed, but too late to go back now.
Jackie was a chef for very long. Jackie knows his stuff. What is that magic service you're speaking of?
It's called dinner@home.ru. Well, not dinner at home, but the Russian words for dinner at home.
If only someone on the podcasts or Twitch streams that I follow could plug a similar service. Never happens.
Yeah.
So you combine the joys of home delivery with the joys of cooking.
Yes. For, an extra helping of joys. Very important to have all the joys.
Jackie, the writer, is saying, Jan, when you come to Austria, I will cook for you and your family. I have 4 daughters. That sounds fantastic, Jackie. I will bring the kids. I might bring the extended family. I'll see how many people we can get. But thank you so much. I'd love to come to Austria. I haven't been for a while. Ever since I stopped playing Austrian Bundesliga, there haven't been that many reasons to go. But I do like it there.
Yeah, King G2 played in the meantime. Feels logical to just kind of force the issue here by trading and offering the queen trade, but I guess you can continue passing, right? You can make some kind of well, not passing exactly, but playing something like queen f6 here or queen e7 or something along those lines. But does feel very, very logical to just define things by taking and playing queen g5 and passing the question onto MVL.
Nizev, which lines are you missing? Because we've talked quite excessively about this very position. So feel free to contribute a little more specifically.
Yeah.
Still equal, at the very least. Feels like without the engine, it feels like black could even be pushing here. I'm not sure there's enough potential for breakthroughs, but it feels very much easier to play for black.
Yeah, absolutely picking black here if I have to choose.
Rapport.
It's also such a dispiriting position to play for a win with white, because I think MVL will also immediately realize that it's just not very good. And
so this knight on g5 just stops all your play. It's really a good knight.
Better than Magnus says, Bakro is already packing bags, just spoke to him. They're already preparing for Berlin. Not sure how serious this is, or whether Better than Magnus is actually our intrepid reporter from Belgrade, but
can't very well be.
Can't rule that out.
I didn't even know Etienne was there, but it's likely they've been working together.
Well, Etienne just played in the group, right? So
yeah, but I mean, he was there now to help.
Yeah, I think I didn't know, but it wouldn't surprise me at all, because they've been collaborating for
also makes a lot of sense to have these types of arrangements if they don't both bring a full-time second to say, okay, if I make the semis or you make the semis, we'll help each other. Yeah, they've been working together on, I'm not sure, I guess even a formal basis for quite a while.
Yeah, I think it has been sort of an official, seconding job for Etienne for a bit now. Lots of time being burned in general. Like the last 5 moves took Richie 50 minutes to make, but the position is very safe, so don't think it's a problem at all. How many games in this round, asks ATH. It's just a straight up knockout format, so it's a match of 2 classical games, and if 1-1, they play tie breaks on the next day, 2 games of 15 plus 10, then 2 games of 3 plus 2, and then an Armageddon 4 against 5 with black getting draw odds. And I think it doesn't say. I wonder if they get increment after move 6. Like the kind of the sticking point these days is specifically the question of whether you get, I don't know, a 1 second increment past move 16 in an Armageddon or not.
Strongly against it, of course, but it does seem to happen.
Mm.
And yeah, this is slower than the test match there at lunch. That's sum it up nicely. Although the game itself is very interesting, and the opening was very interesting, and the choices made and so on. There is a lot of content, but the moves have not been coming in very quickly. At least the last couple moves, as Peter mentioned.
The introduction of lunch and tea into chess would be an interesting addition.
It's impossible to get food or tea while playing chess. They must have had that, no? In the very old days.
Pretty sure that.
Break.
I think it was just available, sort of generally, and it like some kind of a snack and is generally available even these days at top tournaments. But
yeah, that's why I was being somewhat facetious.
Yeah. But a formal break for food, I don't think it's.
I think they had formal breaks for food. No, like I'm not sure when. Chess historians out there, I recall I read something. Obviously, with adjourned games, but has there ever been a time when there's a food break? I do recall reading something, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah. Obviously, there are all those stories about, chess being played before the introduction of the chess clock, where people would like take absolutely forever to make a move, and games lasted the entire day and so on. But even then, I don't recall a formalized food break. It's just that, with that being the quote unquote time control, you would expect them to just, have food available, because otherwise, like, what are you going to do when your opponent just thinks for 3.5 hours? But yeah, I would need some kind of a chess historian authority figure here to tell me whether that has ever been a real thing.
Duda fan is saying chat without me was doing better. Nah, Duda fan, it's all good.
Shlechtovsky says early 20th century tournaments, Spielman complained about Nimza sloping around the dining room. Feels like
that's not what I was getting at. Is also interesting, but I do recall that they would stop games and go for lunch, but I can't really put my finger on where that was. Must have been some specific tournament ages ago. Maybe my mind's playing tricks on me. And Queen F6 plays. He does not take. That's somewhat surprising. It's probably fine, but
it is somewhat surprising. And MVL instantly goes 91, which is probably the way to go here, because that knight on c3 wasn't really doing anything at all, and it needs to be on better squares.
His pawn is queen h6, knight f2.
He wants. The knight needs to be. If you're not taking the queens off, it needs to be around the king so you don't get mated.
Would you say that knights are a king's best friend?
Something along those lines. Yes, I would say that. And Black could still sort of say, okay, I was just kidding, and play the same sequence even here.
Yeah.
Bishop c1, rook c1, queen g5. I wonder if knight f2 here is an improvement or not. We can also continue ignoring it. Like I go king e7 here. I don't think I'm forced to even take, right? We can go king e7 for now. I don't think white can afford to.
At least white has more options now. They might
Yeah, there are definitely options, but I'm not sure if they're good options. Yeah.
Worst case, we can probably still force them off.
Yeah.
Still surprising because it felt like this just takes queen g5 was offering a lot more clarity and very limited losing chances.
Yeah. And he might actually need to go back to that because having glanced at what the overlords are saying, if you don't do it straight up right now after queen f6 knight d1, you might actually start running some risks.
Yeah, not unbelievable, no.
Knight on f2 is a very, very good piece. It very much consolidates and makes white's position a lot easier to handle. Knight d1 absolutely is, and MVL playing it instantly is also, I mean, a very clear sign that he is not just sitting there waiting for Richard to make a move. He has been.
You don't think he's been to the dining room on lunch break?
Yeah, no sloping around for MVL. Very on point. Yeah, there could still very much be a turnaround here if Richard continues avoiding the idea of the simplifications. Remember when Paul Rudd played Stephen Hawking in Quantum Chess? I think they broke for food, says Fish45.
Maybe that's the one I was trying to recall.
Yeah, in the meantime here, black can play b5 if he finish once, but it doesn't really do very much with white having...
Sometimes it even backfires, no? You're so proud you get your b5 break in, but then you just end up weakening.
Yeah, in particular if you take here, let's say one pair of rooks comes off and the knight lands on c4, yeah, it's just... Suddenly you start feeling like maybe you're slightly worse. So yeah, I don't think Anish needs to do that, or at least not immediately. Maybe it can be further prepared. Yeah, or you can just play b5 and then just keep this tension forever, because it's not as if white will be threatening c takes b5 anytime soon.
Where is the horsey headed? He's just jumping around here, like.
I think he realized he can't stop b6, b5 anymore, and he put it on a square where it just does the most as counterplay. I mean, not counterplay, but as preventative measures against it, and yeah, he'll go from there.
Ah, maybe it's a silent draw offer.
It's also a bit of a silent draw offer, yeah. It's also, but rook c5 is like, you feel kind of weird playing rook c5 there, right? Because it's just such a brazen, can we please end this game now kind of move that... They're also at move 23, so you don't actually need to wait for much longer before you can just, verbalize it without making moves which you probably don't think are the best in the position by a long stretch. Yeah. Not the most exciting game in the history of chess games, it has to be said.
Yeah, but it was never going to be, right? With breaking being white and probably not being unhappy about the tie breaks. Even if he was, like, good luck. Crashing Anish on demand.
Yeah.
But Anish does go b5. He's not interested in offering repetitions.
Yeah, no shuffling. Yeah, rook fd1, king e3, the usual sort of the waiting moves. I wonder if he's planning, but that looks risky. I was wondering if maybe it makes sense strategically for black to go before a5, get the knight over to c5. And it's probably
slow, no? Knight d3, a3, like...
Yeah, exactly. I think it's fine if you get all this.
As e5, but yeah, just about this as well.
But yeah, I don't think I just don't think you're in time. Like with the knight already on d7 and c5 here, you are probably completely fine. But it's just not prepared enough as yet. So yeah, not expecting this. Not expecting this to happen. Yeah, but this is the one that we care about the most today. Yeah, but now sort of these weird little psychological questions come into play a little bit, right? You haven't played bishop c1, queen g5 a move earlier. Knight d1 is probably an improvement in every single case. So it is very much an admission that you were slightly imprecise on a previous move, and sometimes the sunk cost. And I was told more than once in recent times that the sunk cost is actually a fallacy in itself, because it doesn't exist apparently. It has, or at least people claim that it has been disproven and is not a real thing.
Well, if you had ever read a poker book, you would know that.
Not sure if serious, but
very serious. What's in the pot is in the pot.
No, I understand what sunk cost fallacy is. I'm just saying that it has been argued to me that the entire concept is a fallacy or in itself, that it's just not the way people think about things, as I understand the critique. And that, I think, is very strange, because I think it is very much how people think.
Yeah, isn't that the critique, that it doesn't make sense, but intuitively people do go there? I could have done this in a better version, so I'm not doing it now, even though it's still my best option.
Yeah. And yeah, I wonder how much of that is now being in play with Richie playing queen f6. And I guess the sequence of queen f6, knight d1, and now a reasonably long pause is also an indication that he perhaps realized that knight d1 is a very strong response. Queen f6 may not have been the best move.
Maybe this was missed here. Maybe just thought he threatening queen h6 is forcing white to take. But this is not the case.
Yeah. Why is knight d1 so good? Because it just gets transferred over to the f2 square, very much solving all of the issues, potential issues with like any kind of a play along the h file. Rook h1 is a big threat now, and so on. So yeah, queen f6 very much does look like perhaps an attempt to maybe even play for a win by using the open h file. But yeah, knight d1 absolutely stops any of that. And as we've been discussing, you kind of have to go back to the idea of taking the queens off and playing the endgame. Probably a tempo down, even though it's not that obvious that the knight is so poor on c3 and is so much better on f2. f2 is also not the sexiest square in the world for the knight, but...
Emo Suchi is saying Karpov was great at playing the best move, even if it clashed with his last move. So he wasn't great at playing the best move the move before that.
Yeah. Bishop c1.
No, I get the point, and I think that's right from what I've seen, that he had the skill of forgetting, quote unquote, what his last move was. Which is a hard thing to do.
And there we have it. Yeah.
Stuff just said.
There we have it. Knight f2 played instantly by MVL, and yeah, taking on g4 also. Yeah, Richie has figured out that he needs to stop fooling around and get the queens off.
Wise decision. Still equal. Good job by you.
Yep.
So he did probably miss his knight d1, but very wisely limited the damage once it hit.
Yep.
The knight is better here than on c3, but knight g5. Now at least the rook has to probably look after this pawn. I don't know which one, whatever. And I guess we go like here. Computer wants a5, which is also...
a4 is a logical idea as well, yeah. And I think because of the existence of a5, a4, you probably should be choosing the other rook, and and having the option of playing c4 might be useful later. Because c4, c5 is potentially like the only active plan that we even have here with white. It shouldn't work, but yeah, if the reason it doesn't work is that we have to give the d5 square to the the g4 knight, it might be quite useful.
No, it's still all equal, at least checking with the compy. But there is a bit of play left in the position, which it didn't feel
Absolutely,
like
yeah.
the other version.
Yeah. But yeah, still has to be said that once again, even despite a slight inaccuracy, arguably on move 18, Ricci does a very good job of sort of recentering himself. And
the Liquidator is saying, I've studied almost all of Karpov's games from the 70s. The correlation of his moves to the engine's first choice is incredible. I do believe that. First of all, kudos to the Liquidator for finding the time to go through all of Karpov's games from the 70s. But yeah, I do believe that there's always this argument since Karpov had a slightly more technical style that with these types of players, like Karpov, Capablanca, maybe earlier Kramnik comes to mind to some extent. The correlation with the engine will be higher than with the more dynamic players who by nature play messier positions where more mistakes are made, but it doesn't mean that that's not amazing. Magnus as well, yeah, I'm not sure actually. I'm sure there are some studies. Sometimes I read that Capablanca had the highest match, which would be so weird because he's so early on.
I thought it was actually Magnus.
But yeah, Magnus would make a lot of sense because being modern and highest rated ever and having that technical style. Fischer is probably also very much on that list.
Yeah.
Although Fischer, yeah, he played a lot of these Sicilians. I think in style he might have been technical, but in opening choices he wasn't, right? With the Sicilian.
Yeah, all of the
Indians there, I'm not sure you get so much engine love.
Yeah, all of the Niders against Stahl and all those games probably are rife with miscalculations.
Yeah,
those positions are just so difficult to play. Yeah, the power of yogurt, says Lonzo Balls, which is a nice throwback to one of the more persistent myths about the Baguio match. Not actually a myth either. It's just such an iconic story about that particular contest. Yeah, and we're back to the thing we were talking about this endgame earlier, that it's just so very difficult to figure out how to play it for a win with white. It's just plans don't really present themselves, and the plans that do present themselves also make the position sort of calculable. Like if you try to push for c4, c5, you're also open the b file, giving like a lot of options for just simply simplifications. Well played, sir. But yeah, black gets concrete targets to perhaps calculate to a draw. And if you just shuffle, if you go, I don't know, rook f1, and then you continue shuffling, and black will play, I don't know, a5, a4, king e7, a5, a4. Black is... It's much, much easier, I think, to improve this position for black than it is for white.
What could white even hope for strategically? Like exchanging the knights and then pushing on the king side, but it's such a long shot, no?
Yeah.
You also never really break this control of g5.
First of all, it's actually very difficult to realize, and even if that happens, yeah, there's probably going to be enough counterplay, because you need to do what, like knight h2 f3 somewhere or something, and
yeah, many practical reasons. I understand it's not going to work, but even like, let's say,
takes and rook
we
h2.
get all of this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
a4 as well.
Okay, now we're talking. Now king g4 apparently is getting somewhere. So this could be a potential dream.
Yeah, but
I had to ignore a lot of red from the engine along the way, like knight h2, g6 is better for black, and even after a5, knight f3 takes, rook h2, rook e2. This
and rook h8. Yeah,
not winning either.
With black just being by far the more active side here, you know you're not winning this. Yeah, and Viel goes knight f2, which is a bit of a maybe not that weird, because like it feels like one of your pieces will get tied down to the protection of the e4 pawn, so you're choosing the light piece instead of the light piece instead of the heavy piece, but still,
Doesn't change the nature of the position.
Yeah.
And yeah, once again, challenging this knight will be hard to manufacture now, like if rook h1.
H1, we just ignore it, like we go a5, takes. Yeah.
If you go knight h3 now, the pawn is hanging, so you counter that. If you swap everything,
yeah, you can go like
we could take, but yeah, we're actually winning.
Yeah, this we've actually lost because knight f3 d4 just starts winning material for black. But no, my argument was you can go like, instead of rook h1 for move 26, you can go like rook a1, rook a8, rook h1. But rook h5 is just such a lukewarm threat. Just does so little that, yeah, I just go... Here I have ab3, but even if we didn't have an ab3, if we had to go knight f7 without the trade, black is still just so completely fine that, yeah, it's just... As long as there's...
It's like progress, but it still takes 50 moves to threaten something, and all these pawns will be gone by the time we do.
Yeah, well, stuff black is doing on the other side of the board is just so much faster that you feel like you're gonna have to go all in, but all of those all-ins are just so completely
it's all out,
unconvincing. Yeah, it's just
this didn't help, but in general, you get the idea.
Really does feel like playing to lose instead of playing to win. And also eventually, in particular, once we've played king e7, we can definitely at some points, let's say if one pair of rooks comes off in particular, we can start looking at d6, d5 ideas. Just breaking the center apart and once again making life very, very comfortable and very easy for
black. Just has the easier breaks, no? With white, okay, here g5 will take forever to manufacture. c4 also weakens our own queen side. Well, a5, a4, and d5, very much there. No, Rapport still in control after showing good restraint there with queen f6, missing 91, probably stopping himself from doing anything stupid.
Yeah.
Be good.
Liquidator is asking an interesting hypothetical. If you move the pawn from b3 to d3, is white just better? Structurally, it's an improvement because e4 will no longer be weak, but it also, like, depending on how much tempo you get, because a5, a4 before a3 becomes a very, very concrete way of creating an outside passer on the a file. But in more general terms, absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, yes. The simple answer is yes. It's probably not enough to make white be better, but yeah, you would very much prefer the e4 pawn be protected by a pawn here to kind of free your hands to do something else. (27 against 23 on the clock, which is, I guess, plenty for both of them. It's not a very difficult position to play. It's just difficult for white because of the match situation. I think equalizing it with white is not really such a huge problem. It's just that it's not enough for him. At this rate, the Geary game might become the more interesting one, says Homeless on Wi-Fi. Not sure, but...
What happened? a5, 93.
Yeah, first of all, he went rook a1 instead of kind of calmly waiting and improving a little bit. He decided to kind of force the matters and provoke bc4.
Just a text
as early as possible. Yeah, he just says
okay. b4, a3. You don't want to do so. bc forced.
Whoa.
Knight c4. What's the woe? Long castles or
long castles is apparently a bit of a woe. I don't know how bad it actually is, but it seems like this probably did not.
Fairly woe. It's also such a weird move. No, why not keep the?
Why? Yeah, why is the king not? Yeah, we
intuition screams.
Yeah, white has a majority on the king side. So in reply, we move the king away from the king side. We also no longer have a5, a4 as a plan because there's no rook on a8. I guess he just wants to go d5 and break in the center and make some kind of a forest draw that way. But yeah, it's a very, very weird decision.
That's shocking.
Yeah, bags being unpacked, says WRG. Yeah, bags are probably being.
Black Crow is at the reception.
Yeah,
booking for tomorrow.
saying, yeah, can we prolong this?
Just as we were giving all these wrapping up speeches, the fight very much flares up again.
Yeah. Really does feel like a weird choice, honestly. The king just doesn't look right on c8.
No, obviously. Nowhere near Rapport's understanding. It just feels like the hand plays king e7 here every time. No, he must have had some specific reason. Like, if you want to move the king. I'm not arguing against a5, a4 or whatnot, but
yeah, it's just...
this feels so normal. Like,
I've
staying in touch with this, covering this.
Possibly the pressure is actually getting him a little bit because, yeah, he is a very, like, he generally doesn't really misplace pieces very often.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, my one explanation here is that, you know, the closeness of a very, very good result perhaps is finally starting to influence his play a bit.
Just in this position, frankly, king d7, king e7 looks like a normal play.
I would like to play that, yes.
And then rook to a8 to prepare a5, a4.
Yeah, I mean, not entirely a joke. I'm still not quite sure why this is so horrible. Like, after rook h1, why can't I just play, okay, c4 played, which is also not Machine's first choice, apparently, but...
Understandable if we think the d5 was a threat, and the idea, yeah, c4, king b7 feels like it's sort of justifying the king being on this side of the board somewhat now. At least it covers this and this.
Yeah. And c5, d5, I guess, is completely fine here, so we're not really in the business of playing c5 just yet.
What business are we in? We're in the wait and...
Yeah, I understand this is the current position, but can we actually ask, because I really need some engine guidance here. Castle's rook h1 was supposedly the best move. And my question is, what is the... like, if I go king b7 here, why is this... It's... yeah, I was wondering.
Rook h4 is nice.
H4, yeah.
On the way to...
And then the g file gets opened, and like normally black would just take on h4 and go knight h7, f6 and say, I mean, nothing particularly dramatic has happened. But then white goes like, I guess, king f3, rook g1, rook g6, knight g4, and so on. And progress is slowly but surely being made, yeah.
That's so easy to miss though, right? Like...
And this is why I brought this up, because I think without understanding what the problem is after rook h1, it's very easy to just castle and say, okay, I'll make a waiting move and white still has no threats and eventually I will play d5. But yeah, rook h4 is extremely missable and also apparently very, very strong.
It's a blind spot I often have. I guess it's common that if there are, yeah, two pieces that could capture each other on the same file or diagonal, then to make a move that goes half the way somewhere, but not capturing, I find it's very, very tough.
Yeah. Yeah. But that was really the only exploit. I had a feeling it might be the solution because I just couldn't come up with any other moves here. Like I just, it didn't seem bad to me. Like I still wouldn't have played long castles, but figuring out why white was so much better instantly.
Rapport plays king c7, probably clever, not committing.
Similar-ish, yeah, and closer to the e5 pawn for some potential. Like if
to the d6 pawn, yeah.
Yeah, just keeping things under control as much as possible. And even here, the engines are suggesting rook h1, h4 might be the way to go. But then you clearly feel like you shouldn't probably have played c4 at all because it gives black some avenues of counterplay which wouldn't have been there otherwise.
The hawk is saying collinear moves, they're called. I didn't know that term. That's what none writes. Like rook h4. Makes sense. Here comes rook h1. No, all of a sudden, stuff could happen.
Yeah, suddenly it's much harder to make moves for black. And you just won the king on e7 for, like, you would maybe like to play rook h1, bc, bc, and rook b8 here. But rook h5 is just so much stronger without having any control over the g7 pawn. Like, you probably just lose after bc, bc, rook h8, rook b8, rook h5, right? Yeah, just straight up resigns after rook h5. Rook h7 just wins. And normally we would have...
surprising, no? I mean, this is where you have these issues. No?
Yeah, we would have just played king f8 here and be completely fine, but it's just not an option. bc played.
Uh-oh.
I don't think he's going there. I'm pretty sure he realizes it's completely impossible. It's not a difficult thing to calculate.
But once again, he might have to forget what he's done earlier and run.
Yeah.
Might have been easy for Karpov. So what is this? Without the takes, only b4 is a move, but that's weird.
Yeah, it actually doesn't, like...
But Rapport goes a5, and we're about nothing.
Yeah, and...
Maybe they also missed this collinear thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and MVL is, as we've seen from him beating the Berlin time and time again, MVL is kind of good at endgames.
Yeah, he's nasty.
Yeah. And nothing else really makes sense. I think you get there simply because nothing else makes sense. You can't possibly liquidate into knight endgames because the pawn on e4 is so weak. You never get to shift the knight away from g5. Yeah, and c5 d5 is never a good idea. And a5 also stops your b2 b4 potentials. So yeah, I think you just play it because you can't find any other moves, which makes it much easier. And
it's not necessarily winning for white, but clearly there are real questions to answer, and the engine is saying whatever 0-50 or something, so chances.
Yeah, and it actually gives up the pawn on g7 with check. Like, it goes something along the lines of knight f6, rook king f3, rook b8 here. At least one of the lines it was giving was this, rook g7 check, king d8. And yes, it might hold, but you know, considering how safe we assume he was with the king already in the center, it's such a huge achievement.
Really is shocking. Like,
such a huge achievement for white that, you know, you even get a position like this.
I think he missed the collinear thingy, because that seems to be sort of the key for breaking the black position. Without it, it could still be very much intact.
Yeah, I really disagree. You've stated that before better than Magnus, but I absolutely disagree with that. Queen f6 was fine. It wasn't the best move in the position, but it was fine. Casting long is the culprit here. Yeah. None of the problems we're encountering now for black, just none of them exist if you keep the king centralized. Rook a1. Why are we provoking?
It feels like they don't even have engines running.
Yeah. First of all that, and also why are we trying to force king b6?
And now apparently rook hd1 and white is in control.
Rook d3 b3 or something. Yeah.
Looks unpleasant.
Yeah.
And king b6 played.
Yeah, and king b6 apparently wasn't.
hd1 blitzed out.
Yeah.
Maxime is in control.
Yeah. Things have definitely gotten a bit out of hand for Richard here. Even in the previous position, the engine was suggesting you can take on h1 instead of playing king b6, and then after rook h1, actually start on the plan of getting it back to good squares. And this is still fine for black, but yeah, very difficult to do that when your previous play was like.
Yeah, so This is not that obviously fine, I would think. Like, I can read it's apparently zeros, but it looks like white has achieved stuff.
Yeah, but we have opened the B file for to some effect. So you
understand.
Yeah, just for our viewers, like the point here is that rook b8 is very strong, and the b2 pawn probably falls, and then the outside passer on the a file is enough to generate counterplay, so that white doesn't win. But yeah, it definitely does look a lot scarier than anything that we've watched until then. Not an easy decision at all. And yeah, apparently the current position is just not good at all for black. And
Maxime clearly understands what's up too. I think he was speculating this king b6 coming, rook d3. It's just gone so downhill, very much starting with his long castles.
And yeah, people are saying Andreykin is looking to find a way to lose. I think he's completely safe. I think it's yeah. He doesn't have any advantage, but he also kind of never loses this because it's just impossible to make any kind of serious progress with the bishop on c4 being so solidly supported by the white pawns. I'm actually expecting that game to end quite soon because I just don't think there is a legitimate push available to Anish, and Andreykin really isn't pushing. He's given up on the idea of pushing for some time now, in this game specifically. I mean, not in general.
The engine is now saying g6 is the best hope.
Yeah.
Trying to mix it, which also far from obvious. But it is obvious you're in trouble at rook d3 or rook a3, whatever. But probably rook d3 is coming. So gotta do something. Not sure how much this helps and why. That's just...
Yeah, you have to go in here, yeah.
It's just saying, okay, no more messing around, go for it.
Yeah, you have to go in and commit.
Such a tough move.
But if you
What's
don't...
the logic of g4, then we're just saying we weaken king, yeah? Like, okay, this is understandable, actually. Yeah,
this is not a surprise, but yeah, spending time giving white two connected passers, and generally you have weaknesses now that white can legitimately play against. But I think it's findable simply because if you start looking at passive play and you realize passive play is just going to be horrible, and that's how you might arrive at playing g7, g6 here.
Great news for us. So we might have 2 tiebreaks tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the way the game's been going between moves, I don't know, 15 to 20. It looked very unlikely, but now it does look. And MVL clearly is, has new wind in his.
Wait, all the momentum now, all of a sudden. His position is objectively better. He's ahead on the clock. It's much easier to play with white. I would say maybe that's a stretch. I would say he's a favorite to win from here. Maybe
stretching a little.
George game.
It doesn't really feel. It doesn't really. Statement doesn't look outlandish at all yet.
Like, I think the position is objectively a draw if you let computers analyze it enough. But the way this is going,
it's specifically that dreaded momentum. Something that I have heard people argue does not exist at all.
I find that argument hard to believe. I also heard it mainly in basketball discussions, but I'd be shocked. Chess very much exists.
Yeah, I mean, I've always felt that it's like the most natural and the most obvious thing in the world, but both the idea of momentum and also, interestingly, the idea of clutch players existing.
Yeah, but that argument, I don't buy it. Like them not existing.
I think mathematically it makes some sense because if somebody performs better in difficult situations, it kind of means that he's sort of throwing in less difficult situations, and still,
it doesn't mean they're a better player than a non-clutch player, but even mathematically, I'm sure you can figure out who has better numbers in higher pressure situations and so on and so forth. And being very much a non-clutch player, I strongly feel it exists. Of course, it's priced into whatever your rating or your statistics in other sports. But this basketball and this analytics community, that there's no such thing as momentum. Like if you made the last 3, it's not more likely you'll make the next one. I'd be shocked if one could back that up long term. I'm not sure that's exactly what you were talking about, but it's
something similar, yeah. And I think the other game is about the finish and the repeat. I mean, maybe there was a draw offer, but also Anish clearly is just repeating moves here. And people describing Andreikin's play for the last, 7 moves as lethargic. Maybe not even entirely incorrect. It's just that I think both of them know it's a draw, so they're just waiting for the moves to run out. And that does make for slightly sort of uninspiring moves. But yeah, they just both understand that this is nothing, and they are sort of going through the motions to reach move 30, which is why the decisions are not in line with like the first line of the machine. It's just a position where it doesn't cost you very much to be somewhat imprecise, and yeah, the game is, I think, very, very close to being done. Not just the last 7 moves from e4. Yeah, I think he just didn't think he was better. I'm pretty sure the entirety of the explanation there is that he gave it a long thing there. Came to the conclusion that he is not better. And okay, Rook h7 looks like, I was going to say looks like a blunder, but it doesn't. Yeah, the other one is just going to be a draw. Yeah, I was wondering about c5 check here. This is why I almost called it a blunder. c5, king c5, rook a5, king b6, rook takes e5. But I guess Richard wants rook h8 here, and you need to start calculating, which I was trying not to do. Yeah, White has to give up an exchange here, but apparently White is still better after something like rook e6.
So again, this knight, such a powerhouse on f2. Does everything.
Yeah.
So the rook defends the pawns. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with quote unquote normal play either. No, like here.
Yeah, it's arguably even stronger.
Check.
Yeah.
King c5.
That's why you actually seemingly get mated-ish.
And the king.
Yeah. And the problem is rook h2 is one check. This is the biggest issue, that you've created this threat. You've full committed to
hang on. We gotta go to g1, so we're threatening checkmate.
Yeah. I mean, here specifically, it's very tactics based, because king f1, rook f2 is instantly good for black. But yeah, here rook b7, rook a3 is the more important factor.
Whoa.
But yeah, things do appear to be sort of coming off the rails for Richard here.
Yeah, and this.
Yeah, and
I don't know him that well, but it doesn't feel like this is just a chess skills situation. Maybe he doesn't like these technical endgames that much, but it feels like it would be up his wheelhouse. He's great at understanding where to put pieces and so on. So maybe it's being so close to the finals that made him get a little nervous. I don't know.
Yep. And yeah, there's a lot of discussion on the topic of clutchness in general in chat, and people are saying I am very much better in high pressure situations. And yeah, like the reason I know anything about this topic at all is that I follow a guy on Twitter who is a very, very serious cricket statistician, and he claims that currently enough of a record exists for the last maybe 30 years in cricket. They've been keeping very, very up-to-date statistics on everything, and the theory just doesn't hold water. Apparently, even the best players in the world perform sort of exactly the same in clutch and non-clutch situations, and there's just no factual basis for the belief that somebody is better in under tremendous pressure than outside it. So yeah, I don't know, but he definitely bases most of his analysis on strictly math and nothing else. and it's in order to argue with that, you would need to crunch the numbers in response, and I'm obviously not doing that.
Yeah. Usually, in order to make such an argument, people are looking for a certain conclusion as well, right? I'm not saying the numbers are wrong. I just find very hard to accept the premise, maybe that no one's better in a high pressure situation, but that no one's worse. Like the eye test does not agree with the analytics there. At the very least in basketball, obviously. I can't speak for cricket, but I would assume the debate is.
Yeah, I think it very much, very easily travels across sports. It can't really be so different in cricket to compare to other games. So I would suspect it's either true everywhere or not true everywhere. But I don't have a strong opinion. Before I saw those tweets making the argument, I would just, like, my instinctual understanding of those things, like as somebody who played one game to a reasonably high level my entire life, I would assume that it's true. Maybe not about myself, but about somebody. That somebody is better under pressure. Like the best players are better under pressure than others. But yeah, I don't know.
So Ben Simmons is as good under pressure. That the notion of pressure and different people dealing differently with stakes being higher, that it doesn't exist, I find very strange. Like,
yeah, it's sort of intuitively, it just doesn't make any sense to me either. But an argument definitely has been made. Yeah, Rook d3 found by MVL, which was the stronger move of the two, stronger than c5 check at the very least. In the meantime, as expected, the other game is now over. We don't even need to click on it. It's been over for a while, but now it's over officially, and there's I guess a drawing of lots going on right now to determine who gets to play white in the first tiebreak game tomorrow. And yeah, MVL just goes straight for the most critical line there, which is Rook b3, King e6, Rook a3. Once again, the very, very similar argument that we've been making earlier. Rook h2 is a check, but that's one check. And the progress white will make on the other side of the board is just much more important. He's just scary in endgames because it looks like, if you're mistaken about this, the price you pay might be quite steep, but King f1, and yeah, you just
trust his calculations, no? And he's amazing at them too. So both these things very much help.
Yeah.
Awful Hangover is saying Magnus better in pressure than others, no doubt, in my rotten soul. Yeah, there I guess you could argue Magnus also better with no pressure than others, but
yeah, I think this is the counter argument, is that people who are exceptionally good at the game, they will just be better than other people at that game regardless of the situation, and that gap remains kind of solid, completely independent of what the game or match situation is.
Yeah, okay, I think the argument is out there.
Yeah, we've made that argument enough. Like, who would you think, if we just sort of move past the two viewpoints and start talking specifically about chess, if we assume the statos, the dry, heartless people who look at numbers and nothing else are wrong, who is the most clutch player in the history of chess?
It's very hard how you define it once again, like whose level drops the least, or who's stronger than he would be in non-clutch situations. Like, for example, it always seemed to me with stakes being high, I understand it's weird timing, but that Kayakin was very, very good in these situations because he dropped off less than others in many tournaments. Magnus, you could argue, is the most clutch because he clearly has the best record when it comes to tie breaks and must wins in any case. But there I'm less sure because he's also the best, if that if that is the defining nature.
Yeah, I mean, Gary also obviously enters into that conversation.
Similar. He's the best, so he's also the most clutchest.
Yeah, but also like specifically the number of games 24 that he won against Karpov, which is sort of the very definition of clutching. Like I guess performing well in a very tight match for the World Championship is about as clutch as it gets in my book.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. We're naming the two most dominant players ever, or at least of the last 40 years. And there, I guess the analytics community could have their point. For me, it's more about whose level changes the most if the situation it has more at stake. And you could argue it gets weaker for everyone, and for some it gets less weak. I'm not sure if that's the case, but obviously hard to go wrong with Magnus and Kasparov.
Yep.
And people are, of course, correctly naming Peter Svidler in the World Cups, Russian Championships. In general, I think in knockouts, I'm not sure, without wanting to do too much psychobabble about you, how much of it is clutchness and how much of it is also maybe your natural, tight style being tough to beat, which helps in these knockout matches. But it did seem like whenever there was a knockout situation, you would perform.
Yeah, I think I have a very good record. Like it's become worse in recent years, but it's still a record I'm willing to defend in the World Cups in general. But arguably also features the biggest choke of my career. So yeah, like on an emotional, like on a personal emotional level, I no longer feel as confident on this topic as I used to because of just how painful that whole thing is.
So obviously had to get
that
finals. As plans on it, but I understand what you mean.
Yeah, as I began by saying yes, it's a good record, and I'm actually kind of proud of it. But also, sadly, the thing I remember the most of it by this point is me not playing Queen C3, and that's the position that I wake up thinking about. Not the game I won against Sasha in Hunt in 2011, not the Rook E2, not any of the previous stuff. It is the position where I could have played Queen C3 and didn't. Rook A5 Knight F3, Rook A5 Knight F3 played, and I've been trying to figure out, because once again we see the first line scrolling past, and I know White is now winning, but I also know what it says, and I'm very, very unsure as to how simple this is. Because it gives something like c5 check, which I understand, cutting off the c5 d4 run.
Logical move.
Yeah. This one is logical, but then you go rook a6, and if it runs back, I can understand, but if it runs forward, it goes rook 1 a5 check, and then it goes back to a3.
This is the...
this is the...
Do we have to check? It just repeats here?
It just repeats and then goes back to the same.
One step.
Yeah. And... it's findable, I guess, but this is not obvious.
A bit random,
This is not obvious.
And if we... c5 actually does look like a normal move. If we start with a check, king goes forward. Feels like the wrong way, like the entering king is safe, as we say in shogi. Such a line you usually... don't even calculate because it feels like
you're
the wrong direction.
You're giving up too much here by allowing the king to activate. Even this apparently is playable with rook h2 check.
Not too surprising, king.
It's game 3 in Baku, people. For those of you who insist on continuing to trigger me, it's game 3 against Sergei in Baku.
Tesla Chess saying, if you can grow a beard in 2022, it's a sign you have been eating elk, and that's illegal. Not sure where this is coming from, but I do like it.
Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea why this is a thing, but I'm very much enjoying this sudden line of thought. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't eat elk. I aim to become elk.
Elk has probably gotten so associated with Joe Rogan that I could understand where all of these thoughts are coming from.
Some kind of paleo something, or
also this, hunt your own meat. And Joe Rogan is a big elk guy. Last time I checked, which has been a while ago. But I'm very curious where the beard thing is coming.
Yeah, specifically the connection with the beard is very unclear to me. Yeah, MVL is just a machine. I mean, C5 is findable, but I'm really.
It is some new Rogan nonsense, yeah. Yeah. No, when I hear elk, I think of him, but I checked out on Rogan a while ago.
Yeah.
Elk also cures COVID. Okay, now we're getting off the rails.
Yeah. Yeah. And yes, C5, as we've mentioned, the idea of stopping the king run towards E3 and D4 and all those squares, this is very, very understandable. The trick will be if Ricci actually chooses to go forward here and MVL just shows him Rook A5, Rook A3. Because if king C7, the solution apparently is just to go Rook A7, Rook G7.
This solution I could find on a good day.
Yeah. And apparently there is just no threats. Like the counter mate to the king on D6 is so strong. Like you would like to go 92, 94 here, but unfortunately that allows actual mate into
countermate.
Yeah, the countermate is very strong here. Otherwise, it would have been a very legitimate option for black. Yeah. I think in practical terms, you just want to go, like, you want to check king b5 doesn't actually get you mated in like 3 moves by checks, which I think you can be reasonably certain of because you still have squares. You can't really. Like the white does not have enough pressure here to actually mate that king. And then you go forward just because I think it creates more of an annoyance. Yeah, and somewhere here, it really does look like you need to find Rook A3. Just so that after the knight gives a check from D2, it can no longer return to F3. It's once again, it's an understandable idea, but still very, very tricky to find in an extremely high pressure situation.
Yeah, maybe you can give enough checks to make it to move 40 and then gain some more thinking time.
Yeah. That as well, yeah. So, yeah, on that topic, actually, and that's a serious topic. This is move 35, right? So after king b5, we give a check from a5 once, from a4 once.
We can use this guy once.
Yeah, we can also use that guy once, because the king cannot go forward in that case, I think.
Now it's move 37.
Yeah, we can give those two. We can give those two, and then actually the position changes, because it's rook on a1. Yeah, so we can give 2 checks with the other rook again.
This would be move 40.
Yeah, we can easily actually get to move 40 here without allowing a 3-fold or even
still, if we're here, now we have to play rook a3. So to go for this position, we already have to have an idea. This, no?
Yeah. Yeah, and king b5 played, so yeah, MVL will have to... And also, really, it's not really his style to chicken out on a decision here and to...
No, he probably just thinks...
Yeah.
Check rook a3. I take
threatened
stuff.
Yeah, if he had a minute here, maybe he would have done all of that. But on 14 minutes, he will just think and try to find the solution.
All of this, to me, is still very random, but probably to Maxime, it's not.
Yeah. No, it's just like a one constant illustration of just how strong the king f1, knight f2 setup is against.
Yeah, it just holds both rooks.
Yeah, it just completely neutralizes doubled rooks on the open file.
It can't even be touched, no? Like G2,
Yeah.
rook H2 is not happening.
And we're also just randomly currently threatening mate in 2 with rook b7, rook c3, which is not insignificant, I suppose.
And the source of all this knight f2 goodness has been this queen f6 move.
Yeah.
This, there's never going to be a knight here.
Pretty much never, because white will never have enough time to...
Like, I clearly agree that long castles was the weird one, but here it was just impossible to go wrong afterwards. It felt like.
Yeah, it felt very, very logical. And he also, he took some time before playing queen f6, and clearly those were basically the 2 options. You don't really have much else to... Hang on a second, is this a move he actually made? Hang on. Is this? No, this is probably the board screwing up again, right? You don't
Yes,
play.
it's the board that wants to go 1 square further.
Yeah.
But
it hasn't corrected itself yet, but you have to assume it's the board, because this is like a move you can't make.
this move doesn't make sense, no?
Yeah, like you don't play this. It's impossible to make this move, I'm pretty sure.
Unless, no, you want to give a check? No. Cut the king off? No. Board?
Yeah, I very much would like...
Explain yourself.
Yeah.
Still a lot of elk beer talk. I'll look into the topic. This is fascinating.
Yeah.
Tesla Chess is saying, if you have a beard, you're basically showing off / mansplaining. Where's this coming from?
I thought beards were supposed to just be like a coping mechanism for people with very, very weak chins, no?
I don't know. If I could grow a full beard, I'd do it. Do it instantly to show off. But
yeah, Rook A5 on the live stream, says Professor Lesmes.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that was hard to believe, but still, you never know.
No, I mean, if you want the Rook on A4, you can put it here with check and have the same
exactly.
position with white to move. Like, it's
sense.
impossible, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and now sort of the moment of truth for MVL, because there is no forced win, there is no way to give mate or win any material straight up, but Rook A3 effectively ends the game. Well, that's a bit of an overstatement, but it's very strong. Yeah.
That was the big one. But yeah.
Very good semifinals, I have to say. We've had, out of 4 games in the semis so far, we've had 1 non-event, and we've had 3 absolutely fantastic games. Anisha's game yesterday somewhat, you know, it ended somewhat abruptly, but it was still a very, very fun game with very unusual material balances and imbalances and things. And yeah, the other match is just very unpredictable and sharp.
Kiran Pal Singh is saying Chess24 just likes to troll viewers once in a while like this. And in this case, we can't blame it on Chess24. This is just in the PGN, the source from on site. So this will happen to anybody who gets that source, where sometimes the board wrongly recognizes a piece on its way to A5 as having stopped on A4 and gives that, which, yeah, has been an issue throughout the tournament. But usually it's easy to tell. And here, yeah, it would have been such a weird move.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been apparently happening for quite a bit. The new DGT boards are, I guess, slightly overtuned in terms of sensitivity to movement, and do produce these artifacts more than...
Uberpatzer is saying, Peter Jan, I'm going to take a break, but we'll be back shortly. It's all right, Uberpatzer. As long as you inform us, and that goes for everyone in the chats, it's okay to take a break. Just don't leave unannounced. Let us know, and it's fine. Karda Chef V is saying, who's got the best beard in the top 100? If we rate Magnus 5 out of 10. So Magnus is at 50% beard-wise. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody for 2 years. What's the current top 100 beard situation?
Yeah. This is also such a an intensely personal question, and the taste in beards runs.
No. There are subjective beard standards. Sam Shankland gets mentioned. Ali
Rez's beard. Pog. Does he have a beard now?
I don't think so. Maybe he rocks a mustache every now and then. I'm not sure. Who else is there? Hikaru, what's his beard game these days?
It's he has a very kind of a solid, well-established style of bearding. That's probably
Levon.
Yeah.
Niels.
Sinterklaas best beard, of course, as Dutch defender. But that's only once a year, right?
Mr. Dodgy has entered the top 100 years ago.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. How dare we not mention the most glorious,
the Dutch father?
The Dutch father, yeah. Yeah. Whole families of birds could have lived in his beard at one time. He may have scaled back a little bit since, but there was definitely a period where it looked like he could be, officially, having a second job as a bird sanctuary.
I wouldn't know. I've never seen Mr. Dodgy. I assumed he's just a Twitter personality.
Yeah, MBL repeats for now.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Yeah, he is in the chat, and yeah. And yeah. Still as proudly Scottish as ever. Yeah. Leonid Yudasin suddenly a wild Yudasin appeared in the conversation. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
I thought we're talking top 100 plus Mr. Dodgy, so Yudasin obviously very much was in the top 100, but not currently. And I don't think Hambleton has made it yet.
Is he still in New York? I don't know why I'm asking you. You should be asking me that, but I think he's probably still.
Last time I was in New York, he was there. But it's been a while. I'm not as close with Yudasin as people think.
Yeah. Was King B3 unplayable? Asks Rexol. Yeah, you lose the knight to rook a3 check. So yeah, you can't really cross.
And Maxim's done exactly what we expertly advised him. Give a bunch of checks, make it to move 40, and now you can think about rook a3.
Yeah.
Then again, having given all these checks, he doesn't really have any other options than rook a3, but it is pretty good.
Yeah, if he goes rook a4,
is rook a4 still the second only?
It's still not a draw.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I think this is still second, but then he can't go rook a5.
Running out of options after this one.
Yeah, but then rook a5 check is a draw, yeah. So he will very severely restrict himself by doing that. If I have not miscounted. I think I have not miscounted. It is move 40. And yeah, if he hasn't found the win yet, he probably will take a reasonably long time to think now. So we could probably take a bit of a breather here.
Yeah, there's a question if King B3 was unplayable, it just loses the horse,
Yeah. Somewhere. Move 37, I guess.
Let's say, yeah.
Yeah, just loses the horse straight up, yeah.
All right. We will go on a brief break. I'll say hi to my kids who announced their glorious return home. And we'll be back with the action post-time control. In this game, where Maxim Vachier-Lagrave seems headed towards the tie-break by equalizing today, winning against Richard Rapport. Didn't look like that for a long time. The other semi-final, we have another draw, and we will have a tie-break tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Check out chess24.com. Here is a code for saving 40%. See you soon.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only a slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh,
E5. It's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5. It's E5 Patzers.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Welcome back, everybody. We're watching the second day of the semifinals in this FIDE Grand Prix, where Andreikin versus Giri has already ended peacefully, meaning they will play a tiebreak tomorrow. But the game between Maxime Schiller-Graf and Richard Rapport is still very much ongoing. MVL needs to win to make it to the tiebreak. Peter Svidler, what's happening?
Well, he did as we kind of said would be reasonable, but I personally did not expect him to actually follow through with it. He repeated until move 40 and then pretty much instantly made the absolute best move in the position, which is rook a3. Richard replied by playing very quick 92 check. And since the engine has been running while we were on break, King G1 is winning, nothing else is. Like, putting the story short here, I was just trying to figure out why in this position c5, c4 actually makes a draw and it doesn't in the other ones. And I really don't know. Like, what exists in the same position with the king on e1 that doesn't exist in this one? Knight e4, knight e4, rook b2. Okay, computer is strong. Humans, puny. Things are just as they should be.
Nice Chipolito, as Svidler would say, according to Aimo Suji. As Svidler would say, as Leko would say. Svidler doesn't say Chipolito that often. As Leko would say, yeah, apologies. I'm not sure Chipolito is in your active vocabulary yet.
Not yet, but I will endeavor to incorporate it.
So King e1 is the way to throw the win away because of all these tricks.
Yeah.
I think this trick in particular, like rook a7, these lines, even here, you could hear this is more explainable to humans, no? With the king on g1, you stop all the rook g2 counterplay. Well, here it comes. Maybe that will make him spot king g1, and yeah, he's already played it. Maxime is just refusing to set a foot wrong in this endgame.
Yeah, once he was given a sniff, so to speak, he has not really made, I think, even any inaccuracies, let alone mistakes. Been playing very, very cleanly from, I don't know, rook 1 d3 onwards.
Yeah, and there's also, with all the trash we're talking sometimes about his opening prep, how amazing he is in calculation and in endgames. And also mentally, that he kept his composure, checked his score sheet. I heard repeated, then made the best move. He's just incredibly good at so many things, and it shows here.
Yeah, position remains quite weird actually. Now that once again, we could obviously try figuring stuff out for ourselves, or we could not. And on the topic of not, the at least one of the lines I'm reading right now goes knight c4, which is an understandable move, trying to take away some squares from the rooks. And yeah, the line is not forced, but still, rook d3, knight takes b2, and then the engine goes rook b6 check, king c4, and just returns to a3 and says that knight on b2 has no squares. Wave goodbye to it.
It's beautiful.
It is very, very cute, yeah. And yeah, continues on sort of all kinds of examples on the topic of like complete domination and removal of any counterplay. Is not the only thing that wins after knight c4, but still, it's a kind of a beautiful idea that I wanted to illustrate that, you know, engines find instantly, and I don't know how easy it is to find if you're not an engine. But rook d3 is not the only move. You can go rook f3, and then knight takes b2 is just completely impossible, of course, because it just loses.
More human, more easier at the very least.
Easier to spot, yeah. Yeah, black is, now that king g1 has been played and c5, c4 doesn't actually create any counter threats. Yeah, seems like this should be...
It's not much to hope for anymore, right? Because this construction really just does nothing.
Yeah. And also, importantly, white currently is threatening basically mate with rook b6 check. Well, maybe not exact. Actually, is mate rook b6 rook a4 is an immediate threat of, not after c4, but in the current position. I mean, rook b6 king c4 rook a4 is a kind of acute mate on the c4 square. So black has absolutely no time to try to, I don't know, protect some pawns or restructure their pieces.
Yep, chat is rightly impressed with Maxime playing king g1 so quickly and not going for this king e1. Yeah, I think it's more understandable that he just wants to rule out Eddie.
Yeah, rook g2, yeah, rook g2 in particular is a very annoying source of counterplay. I mean, it allows mate here, but once...
Checkmate, but just not having to worry about the option ever. Because, yeah, I agree. This trick, I'm not sure if he's seen it, but maybe he just thought, why bother? It is impressive, either way. And yeah, this does very much look like Maxime wins his on-demand game. And that, I'm still not sure what the conclusions about momentum were. But that should give him the momentum for the tiebreak tomorrow, no?
Yeah, and he's definitely the more sort of established powerhouse of Rapid and Blitz. Richard, of course, is a very, very strong player in all formats, but Maxime is the reigning world champion in one of them and has been a very, very strong player in shorter time controls for the entirety of his life. So, and yeah, back to the momentum conversation as well, of course. And he will be much, much the happier playing the tiebreaks tomorrow, obviously. And that's not really momentum, though. It's just specifically, I don't know. I mean, it is described as momentum, but it's just an emotional state of the players coming into a new game, and that definitely, like, if that's the definition of momentum, it definitely exists. Whoever is the more satisfied with how they got there is likelier to play better, I would think, and that should be borne out by stats as well. I suspect if anybody could create a sort of a reliable metric for determining the mental state of people coming into the tiebreaks, which is a job of work. I don't know if it's very easy, but if you could do that, I think you would find that it's better to be the quote-unquote happier person going into it.
Chess for Miller is saying maybe there's no such thing as clutch, but there's definitely such a thing as tilt. Yeah, aren't those the same thing? That's also what I was wondering. Like, isn't a big part of clutchness the non-tilting? Although maybe you could argue that clutch, you don't have to have any reasons for tilt. It doesn't always have to be a situation where something has gone wrong and you could have reasons to tilt. But to me, yeah, not panicking or not getting upset about what happened earlier, it's very connected. Anyway, I agree with the statement.
Yeah, and that is, of course, not to say that Richard is just absolutely doomed tomorrow, and we don't even need to watch. We know how it ends. Of course not. And if, let's say, game one tomorrow just goes well for him,
I think it's very important to always have the disclaimer that everyone good at chess as well.
Yeah. In case somebody may have forgotten, yeah, we are dealing with strong players.
Rapport, good at Rapid. I'm rating he's higher rated than Maxime in Rapid. I don't trust these Rapid ratings so much because they fluctuate so much. I would say track record-wise, Maxime has played more high-stakes Rapid than
you would,
at
you
the
would
very
think
least.
so, yeah.
Yes, for who had better results recently. Rapport is the world number 5 in Rapid, so that's not terrible. 2,785.
Yeah, I mean,
Maxime is not even on any lists,
isn't he?
Second, my son is going to say goodnight.
That was a It was a very
Maxime. He's 2743 in rapid. Yeah, it's not too. He's what, number 12? I just can't read.
Knight c4 played, so yeah, those lines we showed earlier are both.
Jonas was lost. Injuries? Megaton? My son hurt himself in the good night saying process, but seems like it's fine. Knight c4.
Yeah. There are no good choices, so it's this move does something, you know, it attacks the rook, stops some of the checks. You understand why it's being made, but yeah, normally speaking, shouldn't save the game. There may be some traps, right? Like if you go rook f3, we play knight d6. If you take on c6 here, knight takes e4 might work, right? And suddenly this is a game again, because here rook h1, rook h2 is very, very strong. Actually an immediate draw.
Dauerschach. But Maxime is really saying, I'll just make the first computer move in any situation. How bad can that be? Play rook d3, stopping knight d6.
It's really scary, honestly.
And here, the knight is trapped.
Yeah, the speed with which he does all this is kind of stunning, considering that this is not a friendly game, you know, with a pizza and a cold one.
Very clutch.
Very clutch, yeah.
Sorry, what's going on here?
What?
Here we are. Sorry.
What happened there?
I don't know. Something happened. And there's not even a move, no? Like.
Yeah, you're completely stuck. Yeah, the threat is actually b2, b3 here, moving the knight further away from good squares, and this is why rook d3 is so strong. It just cuts away even the d6 square from the knight. And here, once again, rook b3 is a mate in one threat after king b1, rook a7. So yeah, you just continue deteriorating as black. It just gets worse and worse. As the quote goes, it's like a nightmare happening, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. Yeah, I think I probably misquoted that.
No, I never saw Nightmare on Elm Street.
But did you see Color of Money? You may have actually seen.
Which one is that? That's the pool one?
The pool one, yeah.
I did see that.
Yeah, just very difficult to imagine how this even continues for black due to, you know, the amount of the amount of immediate threats that appear to be just winning for MVL. So on this evidence, we are going to get 2 tie breaks tomorrow. They start at the same time, since people are now understandably asking in chat what's happening from here. Started at the same time. They played 2 rapid games, and then immediately 2 blitz games, and then immediately an Armageddon. So very understandably, they're not getting overworked on the tiebreak day. This tournament being quite difficult as it is.
So what's the time estimate there? Like 2-3 hours? That's what we think.
Yeah, we thought 3 hours tops. I tried figuring out
games. They start.
Although I will
after each other, or is that like at a fixed time?
Yeah, this is the problem. I thought my calculations were very much in the answer to the question, how much does one tiebreak last? When it's 2 of them, and I suspect they don't start until the other one finishes.
Oh wow, they staggered them?
No, I mean, if one is finished, the other one and the other one is still running, I don't think they start game 2, right? So
that's what I mean. But they both start playing at 3 p.m.
Yeah, they both start at 3, but with 2 matches running, there's a higher probability of A game going all the way. 15 plus 10 for 60 moves is what?
Can last up to an hour.
Yeah, like an hour and a bit, I guess. Yeah, if it's a really long game, it can last maybe even slightly more than an hour. So the rapid portion, assuming they don't make a long break between games, even though I think organizers in general they like to provide like a 15-minute break, which I don't think anybody likes. I don't think you can find a single player who is in favor of a long break between two rapid games, but it still is there every single time.
I'm sure you can find one. We've had some contrarians in the chess world.
Fair point.
Mr. Dodgy is saying the fear in Jan's voice when he thought the tiebreaks were staggered. No, there was excitement. It's like sometimes you yawn not out of boredom but out of excitement, and that was exactly the same.
Yeah.
Wow, they staggered them. And that was just straight up excitement, because then we would have more time to focus on the individual games.
Absolutely, yeah. This is also the exact type of yawn our doggo exhibits when we are cutting his nails or shaving his paws or any of those things. That's not fright at all. It's just overexcitement.
You're shaving your dog's paws? Is that a thing?
Yeah. You're supposed to For poodles, the very, very end of the paw is much better off being bare, because much less dirt gets stuck to it.
How to shave a dog's foot pad. Oh, there are YouTube videos, so it has.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is how we studied them, yeah, because we finding if you use outside help for that, that's not cheap, and we are very cheap as people.
Not what your fitness trainer told me.
Yeah, poodles aren't dogs, says I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm assuming that's because they are the most anthropomorphic of all dogs and are basically humans, or you're banned.
Wow. I've never heard Peter so serious about anything.
Yeah, that's because I've never been serious about anything before.
No, that's not true. You're a serious man. I might miss another Encanto showing. My daughter's asked if we can go back to the movies to watch Encanto again, which she's seen roughly 20 times on the TV and once at the movies. But I refused.
You are a very harsh disciplinarian.
Very much so. I offered, on the topic of dogs, to watch a movie about a big red dog, but she found him scary. Clifford, the big red dog. I was willing to watch that. Not interested. Just another Encanto. I also offered to watch Sing 2. Nope.
This is actually kind of banned. Like you're skirting very, very dangerous ground. But yeah, I'll let that one slide for now, Homeless. But yeah, our poodle is not like that. Yeah, how big do you think Peter's handbag is? Yeah, handbags at dawn, and handbags have poodles in them. This is maybe what handbags at dawn means.
Apparently Disney is making Encanto 2. That doesn't sound like how Disney usually operates, though.
Exactly.
They have a smash hit, make a second part of it. I can't think of any example where they did.
Rook h6 played. Finally, yeah,
More
he
specific.
had to make a move of some description, but yeah, this is not a very happy occurrence.
Rook. You said rook to h6 played. I understood rook to h6 played. Still, why does it keep making moves?
Yeah.
Like, computer saying this is all over, but there's still pieces going to squares.
Yeah, you can actually see this going wrong, even though yeah, this is considering the fact that white is currently not even a pawn up. The fact, yeah, the engine giving +5 pretty much
It's a bit rough.
is a good indication of just how bad this position is. But yeah, like you go rook takes g7 here, allow knight takes e4, and you no longer win. I suppose even there rook g4 might win, but
sorry.
But yeah, very very poor position for Richard, of course.
Zappa is saying there's also a not very well-known Lion King 2, I think. Maybe not very well known to you, Zappa. Lion King 2, it's somewhat dull, but
What about
there's also
Madagascar?
Lion's Guard. Sorry?
On the topic of movies about animals, Madagascar 2 and potentially maybe even 3.
It's not Disney though, right? You're just jumping.
Are we restricting it specifically to Disney movies? Or?
Yeah, we're talking Disney movies.
Okay.
No, but I'm gonna say literally, which is probably not true, but I've literally seen the second part of any of these successful movies. Little Mermaid 2, I've seen many a time. Rapunzel, there's more than the second one. There's a whole franchise. Is it Rapunzel in English?
Probably, yeah.
Sounds weird saying it in English.
Goldilocks, maybe, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Tangled is what the movie is called. Yeah. Tangled.
Tangled Up in Blue.
I've seen all the 101 Dalmatian follow-ups. 101 Dalmatians Part 2, not to be confused with 102 Dalmatians, which also exist. There's a lot of stuff.
Have we had a princess ranking recently? Asks a well-tempered clavier.
How? We're only watching Encanto. What do you want the ranking to be about? It's Maribel, number 1, 2, and 3, or Maribel and her sisters. And there's nothing to talk about.
And MHM 9898 says, Peter, do you remember me? ? I saw you last year in Thailand. I don't know how to
Went to Thailand and you didn't tell me about it?
Yeah, I don't know how to break it to MHM, but you know, seeing me in Thailand is not a very good portend of, you know, being deeply anchored in reality.
This question about Beauty and the Beast 2. I'm not sure about that one. There is a Beauty and the Beast Christmas movie, which is scary. It has this what's it called? This giant musical instrument making evil sounds. But I'm not sure if that's technically the second part. It's a good point. But we, of course, saw Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas. And now that I'm looking it up, Beauty and the Beast 2, apparently it's coming. First look at details. Maybe you saw Peter Heine there. Peter Heine has never been to Thailand either. True story. He was in Dubai during the match while the rest of the team was in Thailand. Peter Heine has never been to Thailand. Leiko, I'm not sure, but I've never seen him around either. Sergio Chone is saying with her, how do you pronounce Hermione? Hermione?
Hermione.
Hermione?
Yeah.
With Hermione still? I thought they didn't have money in the Harry Potter universe. That's why I was confused by Hermione. But no,
they definitely have money in the Harry Potter universe.
Different. Yeah, they do have money. He goes to this.
Yeah, the Gringotts, and Gringotts apparently is very much part of the problem these days.
I did hear that too.
There is no end to problems.
And MHM apparently has also never been to Thailand. So yeah, there's a lot of things that didn't happen for both of you to meet in Thailand.
It was all a dream. Dodgy says this too concerned.
Yeah,
this this definitely did take a turn. This is all, people just don't realize how much of a powder keg this show is every single day.
Who's the new James Bond gonna be?
Oh, yeah, that as well, yeah.
Booty Brad is saying, for what's worth, I've also never been to Thailand.
We should form a club.
Don't you guys worry, I went enough for all of you.
True words have never been spoken. And the funny thing about this position, and once again, we are just not going to switch the engine off ever again. And this is not for you to switch it off. I just wanted to make sure that people know it's always on. And the best move here is b3, as we've mentioned. And the second best move is king g2, which is basically just to repeat the position. Because after rook h2 check, it goes back. So does this mean b3 is sort of the only winning move? It's not very difficult, but it's curious that you still require precision, and he's gone rook a7 instead. Does this spoil anything?
Spoil is strong, still winning.
Not really, not really.
It's not the first computer move, which we've grown so used to him always making the first computer move. Shocking. But humanly speaking, as Peter Leko likes to say, it's a very logical move, threatening a check here and attacking the pawn, no?
Absolutely, and the only way to continue is to go rook b8, which is very understandable. Rook b7 check was arguably even a stronger threat than rook takes g7. So I'm expecting Richard to play this and kind of play it quickly as well, because really there does not seem to be much of a choice, considering what the threats are. And it also, importantly, reanimates the threat of knight takes b2. Yeah, you're still losing because white can take on g7. White can also throw in knight g4 here.
This apparently is not that winning. That's also what I wanted to check here. Still,
suddenly it starts running.
So the win, according to Engine Boy, is this, which is a very logical move.
Yeah, and then knight takes e5 specifically, including the knight in the attack, and then you do probably prevail. But yeah, rook a7 at least once again opens up the conversation for the game not being entirely decided. Would MVL save this against MVL?
Unlikely.
Unlikely. I think MVL is a huge favorite here against MVL.
It's all been said.
Yep. Yeah, the rook there briefly appeared on the e8 square just to reiterate the issue with the sensitivity, and it is on b8 now. So yeah, MVL will still have to show some precision. This position does look like black is back, at least having some legitimate threats, which for a while there seemed like it might never happen again in this game, but so far he's been so precise that you would still take him against the world here.
Yeah.
Can we have a silent stream, asks Meo Babas. Absolutely.
I'm on it. Can we have an Encanto soundtrack themed stream? I don't think we can. Since I watched the Batman movie, I've been obsessed with the Batman, with the Batman soundtrack. And I've listened to a lot of Nirvana as well.
How did that happen?
Lifting the mood. Something in the way.
That's
Becoming a little more grungy.
But the electric version, because to my great shame, the sort of the Nirvana that sounds in my head is, for the most part, the unplugged show they recorded on MTV.
Yeah, MTV Unplugged in New York is a big one, but also just the album. Which album is that? Never mind. But the whole soundtrack is amazing. It's Michael Giacomo, is his name. It's not exactly feel-good music.
Not necessarily.
But me taking a break from German hip-hop has to mean that's good stuff. You can call me. Dude said, I felt like Batman had 5 endings, just could not end. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it too much yet. I don't think too many people have seen it yet. But I was a big fan. I've heard that criticism, and I understand it to some extent.
Yeah, the key to this position, returning to everyone's favorite topic, is to include knight g4 at some point. You can start with it here, or you can go rook d7 first. But yeah, seems like without the last piece that is not really in play, he's gone b3, which is...
Oh, is he drifting, Maxime?
A tiny bit, I guess, right? He's still better, but...
Well, but now there's hope.
Now there's definitely hope. I think what he may have missed here, and once again we are very much using the crutch here, is exactly this, that you can go, you don't have to react to knight g4. You can very much leave the rook on h6 on Prix and then go c4 and gh. And judging by the lines on my screen, white is still winning, but white is winning in a very, very forced fashion, which you probably will need to find a number of only moves in a row after you take on h6. They did look like logical moves that are very findable from a human perspective, but the entire thing is now much more up in the air.
Yeah.
Knight a5 hasn't been played yet, but it really is the only move that makes sense, because if you play something like knight b2 here, and you will just lose slowly but very, very surely, with the g7 pawn being completely defenseless.
More twists than the new Batman movie.
Absolutely.
I will change my prediction from Maxim wins to draw after knight a5. Before knight a5 is played, sticking with Maxim wins.
Fair.
Since knight a5 is the only sensible move, maybe that's a dumb position to uphold. "12 minutes. Zappa is saying, is the penguin in the new Batman movie? Sort of.
Knight a5 played in the meantime, so
Draw.
dead draw. Dead draw, nothing to play for. We should all pack up and go home.
John Rambo, where have you been all day?
And on a more serious note, the engines still say it's completely winning for white, but there was no counterplay a moment ago, and now you will have to suddenly parry some threats and perhaps even return the material and then play a sharpish rook ending, even if it's completely winning with perfect play.
I was very serious. I think drawn. Killer of Legends 64 says MVL seems to be making things difficult for himself, which is sort of understandable with the fatigue and so on kicking in. But since he was so amazingly precise for like, I don't know, 50 moves in a row, really, just strictly playing the first computer line, it felt like he was cruising.
Yeah, it was just
like this whole sequence was just, both practically and theoretically incredibly well done. But now he started making, well, not the very best moves, still decent moves, and he's still winning. But that was enough to give Rapport some hope. And also Rapport's rooks are no longer stupidly standing on h2 and h8, but at least they're sort of doing stuff.
Yeah. After knight g4, there will be also a difficult choice for Richard if knight g4 gets played, which it really kind of needs to be by this point because everything else is way, way less clear and might actually even quote unquote mathematically be close to throwing everything away for MVL. But after knight g4, there is a choice between the position that we were talking about earlier, which is knight b3, knight h6, and you probably throw in c4 there just to start pushing the passer. Which still loses, which still loses to rook e6, rook c6, but nothing else. And yeah, rook c4 check here is a killer, and if you start with knight d4, which is the more tenacious way, rook takes h6 is the only move here, and c3, rook c7 apparently is still enough to control the passer, which I think you can. It passes the eye test, right? It does look like it should be enough, but you also feel like you've given black a ton of counterplay here. And there's also the option of going knight g4, rook h5. Yeah, I think in these types of positions, white just gets severely bailed out by the pawn on f5 being an additional an additional trump. Otherwise, the c-pawn probably does cost the rook, but with black having to worry about f6, f7 everywhere, you probably aren't in time.
So it's like Eric.
And yeah, and also after knight g4, the engines also suggest to move rook h5, which I think the idea is knight e5, rook e8, I suspect. Because knight e5 looks like it ends the game, but yeah, now after rook e8, it once again actually becomes a bit tricky for white because you have to start returning material. The king on b4 is weirdly quite well protected by the knight on a5. There are no useful checks. Knight takes e6 is not made, so you have to start making difficult decisions with white.
Clock's ticking as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Even though he's still in a more comfortable spot clockwise. But this is the final time control, so you have to think about rationing your time wisely here.
Any advice on how to ration your time wisely?
It's very difficult. For instance, here, I'm honestly a little bit surprised he hasn't played knight g4 yet, because everything else looks much less clean. But he clearly has found something, either something he quite badly dislikes about knight g4, or something that he feels is a very worthy alternative. I don't know which one it is. I suspect it's more that he doesn't really feel like knight g4, knight b3 is so clean.
It's not fun to calculate at the very least. No, like even if this wins, which apparently it does.
Yeah, this does not
like
look like it's
dancing on the edge.
Yeah. Peter rations his time wisely by having multiple monitors, says Dodgy. He is not wrong. Or, Peter, perhaps the correct way to phrase it would be that I waste my time more efficiently by having multiple monitors. Maybe those are the same thing.
What's the correct number of monitors?
I think there's really no limit to, like, n+1 is always the correct number of monitors.
I need more screens. Like I only have two screens here. It's not enough screens, is it?
And
I have a third one for the chat. I have a tablet. But I feel like 4 monitors is the correct number, no?
Yeah, I mean 3 definitely is perfectly fine. 4 you
3
need...
is probably assume livable.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 is just not enough.
Yeah, knight g4, knight b3 played instantly by Rapport. Yeah, rook h5 was a very computerish like move. I think you very much want to start finding direct counterplay here. You don't want to be faffing about. I wonder if you can make an argument for knight h6 actually gh and not c4. Why is that so much worse? Is f6 winning immediately, or what's the reason for playing c4 here?
It's a Zwischenzug, and Zwischenzugs are fun to say and to play.
It's rook d7. Yeah, it's like rook d7 creates a threat of rook b7 check, right? And then the f pawn will win.
Race. Thou shall not win.
Yeah.
Now rook a7 was even better, but this will win.
Yeah, it's still winning because it gets to a2, and here you can actually just allow c1 check and win that way.
So close.
Yeah. Very
Mr. Dodgy Chess is saying, I have 4, but the 4th one doesn't really count. It's just for work. And I'm not sure Twitter is technically your work, Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah.
But why does this keep happening? I do need more screens. More stuff to look at. Twitter is monitor 1 and 2. All right, I said nothing.
Yeah. What justifies the engine climbing to plus 227 with knight g4 and then dropping to 167 and then dropping? Yeah, it's just.
Sometimes it changes its mind if it has more thinking time.
Plus, I think if you actually make the move on the board, it restarts the cycle, possibly. I think the action of you making the move on the board, when we talk about, I assume we're talking about the on-site engines, might actually restart the cycle, so it might need to gather some depth again. I'm not sure that's true, but I would suspect it might be.
That sums up the show. Not sure T-Rexes had feathers, but I would suspect they might have had.
And by the way, one thing that we didn't show, because we are by this point slaves to the engines, after knight h6, c4, the difference between c4 and gh in the other direction is if you go rook d7 in this position, we can actually play c3.
That is pretty.
And we are suddenly even better with black because, yeah, the c-pawn is now difficult to stop. White actually stops it by playing rook b6 and f6, which is quite remarkable, actually.
Also, c5 here is very cute.
Yeah. But on the previous move, the way for white to save the game is to go rook b6, provoke c5, and then play f6, allowing c3, c2, but then the g-pawn will queen, which is also very, very funny in its own right. Or this can happen, and then you can take and go back to f1, and it's a draw. But yeah, this is a mess, and you can definitely misplay this and not win, or perhaps even lose in some cases.
FN is asking, can you mate with 2 bishops? Peter, can you?
On a good day.
Yeah, with 2 bishops is very easy. FN with knight and bishop is the tricky one. 2 bishops, I don't even think you need to learn any particular technique. You just apply common sense, bring the king, cut off the diagonals.
And Nature Caesar says,
as long as the bishops are different.
Depends on the color. Yeah. If they're of the same color, you might need to learn some very, very specific techniques. And yeah, those techniques will involve potentially having shirts with long sleeves so you can adjust them surreptitiously. You know how there are, I assume in every chess culture, there are legendary blitz players who possess the arcane knowledge of how to turn an opposite color bishop ending into a same color bishop ending if it's being played long enough.
Such stories are being passed on from generation to generation.
Exactly, yeah.
With great admiration.
Those are the techniques that will be very much required if they are of the same color. I don't think that works, says Pinaki, because bishop can't change its color. No, question mark. That's what you'd think, yeah, but this is why those players are legendary. Because they have that arcane knowledge. I am
in which of my mugs I have my coffee? Here. Moving on, sorry.
Yeah, 9 against 12. MVL actually has gone below Richie on the clock, and does seem like he legitimately needs to make a series of only moves now. Nothing apart from knight takes h6 wins. I'm sure he by now realized c4 will be coming and not gh. And then, yeah, it's a move-by-move situation where mistake will probably cost him the win. Rook takes g7 played. You are a sage and wise person, Jan.
Who am I to disagree?
Right.
One c-pawn.
Are you suggesting sweet dreams are made of specifically this, or?
In my head, these lyrics are whoever minds to disagree, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But sometimes the lyrics get stored in your head weirdly.
I know, yeah.
Whoever minds to disagree.
So yeah, c4 he'll play rook d1 because everything else apparently now loses, which is actually not that surprising because the rook on h6 needs to be kept away from the d6 square. He'll go rook d1, the rook will drop back to h8. He'll play knight takes e5. And I wonder how easy it is to just realize you have time to play rook hc8 in that position. You can also apparently play c3.
Anything you just said, I'm still in my Eurythmics head. So piece somewhere and then draw.
Yeah. So yeah, you actually have to play rook h8, rook hc8, and then the c-pawn generates enough counterplay that this is now objectively a draw. Even though I suspect there might be further twists, this is not an easy position to play for either side. But I guess once again you're just forced to do it. You don't really have very many other moves. Rook h3 makes no sense, forcing king g2 and losing tempi, so you go rook h8. And then after knight e5, the fork on c6 is a little bit too painful to allow, so you go rook hc8. So yeah, I think you make them. What happens if you play rook g6 here? Yeah, I mean, obviously you can just play c5, allow the fork, and then play c3. Yeah, why even bother asking? This is so clearly.
I think this would also be found, though.
Yeah, it's very possible to find. Yeah.
Find.
Yeah, very, very dramatic game. And yeah, I still get the feeling we haven't seen everything. There might be further drastic changes, of course.
Chat is asking for arcane knowledge. Do you know that Vi and Jinx are actually sisters?
Yes.
Chat doesn't, or they wouldn't have to ask.
Have you watched the show?
Of course. I'm an influencer. As an influencer, you gotta know stuff like that. No, I did watch it. I genuinely enjoyed it. Like, not my genre, but
yeah, it was very well made, and yeah, I think you can definitely enjoy it without knowing anything about the universe or having ever played the game.
I still know nothing about the universe other than two of them are sisters, apparently. And no, I'm still predicting draw. I'm not predicting Maxime losing. Although I do agree it's in play. However, with Rapper only needing a draw to qualify, I think even should he be much better, the draw is still very much on the cards. No, still going with draw.
Yeah. Interesting, though, to note that rook h8 hasn't been played yet, and he clearly is trying to calculate c3, c2, which is a very important option here. In particular, because I guess after c2, rook f1, you can try rook d8. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made any sense. And here, yeah, white only wins by...
Also, once you start calculating something like this, and it gets so close, it can be hard
to stop calculating.
To stop yourself from doing it and retreating the rook. No, like.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently after king g2, rook d1, rook f3 loses because your king becomes prey again. And if you can't play rook d1, then the entire edifice just collapses, because yeah, that just... Yeah. And also, how easy is it to understand you're completely lost in this position? It's probably possible, right? But you still have a second c-pawn, which runs, as we all have learned many a moon ago, runs much faster than 2. But apparently still not fast enough.
Also, we calculate this from 100 moves away, and you see where I'll get this position, looks messy. Can you talk yourself out of it?
Yeah.
And choose the duller alternative, allowing knight takes e5. And go here. That's a tough spot for Rapport, actually.
Yeah, very much so. And he's doing the right thing, at least in
Does it though? Kudos.
In not rushing the decision here and continuing to calculate calmly.
He did play rook h8.
Yeah. Knight e5, of course, insta-played by MVL, the only move that made sense in that position. And now the I wanted to say the big test, but really you can't possibly allow knight takes e6, and like no other move than rook c8 really presents itself, because everything else loses tempi compared. So I think it should be manageable.
Chad wants to talk about the two guys that aren't here, Alireza and Magnus. I'm not sure what there is to take, what there is to say. Alireza is the world number 2. He's an amazing prospect. If he's the favorite to win the candidates already, I find hard to judge. He's never played them. And there are still guys like Fabiano who have plenty of experience. Yeah, other than that, I don't know. Everyone's seen Magnus's statements that he's unlikely to defend his title against anybody other than Alireza. Yeah, we've talked about this. I think that was very genuinely just what Magnus meant. I don't have any inside information on that topic. We'll see how it goes. I'm very much looking forward to the candidates. Who's your favorite, Peter?
I mean, in terms of generating overall interest, it has to be Alireza, but favorite to actually win it, in my opinion, I think I'd go with Fabi or possibly Jan again. I think Jan is actually very serious about winning it again, and I think it's not impossible that he does, even though the record is sort of against it. The same player has not won 2 candidates in a row since the current format of an 8-person double round robin has been instituted, and plenty of people tried, but I'm fairly certain he is actually very, very motivated to just get there again. And we've also had that conversation on there more than once.
We must have talked this, no, about the leftover prep being a big plus and the potential mental fatigue from the match being a minus, but I guess it affects everyone differently. Yeah. Fabi said that was, stopped him from looking at chess for a while. I'm not sure it's the same for Nepomniachtchi, or if it just gave him additional motivation.
But what I was going with is not that, even though that is also a very very important part of it. What I wanted to say is having actually won it gives you a huge head start, I think, because if you clear that hurdle once, you can always go back to that place and tell yourself, I've done it before, I know it can be done, I know I have what it takes to do it, because,
so for your reasoning is both he's unlikely because no one's ever done it twice, and he's likely because he knows how it's done, and that's a big advantage.
Yes. I am, as usual, I am very, very fastidiously covering absolutely all the bases, so that my opinion cannot be pinned down in any way. Nobody's ever quoting me on anything, because they won't be able to discern what I actually think. I've practiced this my entire life. I think I've got it down.
According to Peter Svidler, all players in the candidates are very strong chess players and very worthy, have reasons to win it or not to win it.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And as you stated, yes, c5 very findable and has been found. And now it looks like you kind of, having played rook g6, you kind of need to play knight c6 check, but then the c pawn will cost you a rook, the first c pawn. And it looks like the f and e pawns are very far progressed and might actually get there, but seems like that's not true. It seems like black is always in time to bring the knight back from c1 and start attacking them from d3, e5, and so on. So, yeah, Richard now seemingly a very big favorite to escape this unscathed and get to the finals, where he will play the winner of tomorrow's tiebreak in the other one.
33% each. Jan, Fabi, Alireza. Wow, you're giving the rest of the field, which we don't already know yet, 1%.
1% among the 5 of them, yeah.
I don't know. Who do we want to qualify just for drama, with everyone being great chess players?
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of make a distinction between drama and luls, right? Because for luls, I think you want like Alireza to come second and somebody to win it, and then to see if that strategy actually pays off. For
I know I meant out of these Grand Prix, which
okay.
participants we want.
I very much like the idea of Rapporten candidates. It's been growing on me ever since.
Yeah, not against it. For drama, Hikaru, I hear, is quite popular.
Yeah, Hikaru's good. Anish getting in there is also quite
they
good.
stop tweeting. Nah, still.
Yeah.
I would also like Levon to have another shot. Like Levon in candidates has not been a happy story, but to see him
kind of
go for a last dance situation. Not that it necessarily has to be the last dance, of course, but it would be fun to see him get another shot. Here,
yeah,
Wesley does have realistic chances.
Yeah, people are saying Wesley, but Wesley is just very, very like he needs to win and he needs miracles. I don't think he has much of a realistic chance at all with the result of the first one. He got 4 points in the first one, right, by losing the tiebreak to Linier. So if he wins, he gets to 17 points. Yeah, it's not impossible. It doesn't currently feel like 17 is guarantee or even enough, but yeah.
But so far, our usual hot take is that with the 3 or 4 most likely qualifiers, Nakamura, Aronian, Rapport, and Giri, we're extremely happy for various reasons.
Yeah, whichever two make it seems.
This really is a very controversial show.
It is, yeah. We are setting new records. So f6 played, he will give up on c1 and play e5, and then I guess knight d3. Oh no, here you go, knight d2, knight
easy
d4.
draws already, 92, 94. You don't queen your pawn, so you know easy.
Yeah, how easy is this really? Like rook d6?
Do we have options?
Even king c4 apparently is fine, which is a bit surprising, because I assume it means e6, knight takes e6, otherwise I don't understand this move.
Just don't.
Yeah, knight e6 and king d5, and then we actually get there in time somehow. King rook a6, king e5, or what? Yeah, king e5, g4, rook f8, g5, king f5, or that, yeah. But
this he should manage, but not there yet.
Yeah.
Rook f1 played. Is there any plus to not queening? No.
Yeah, I think you don't bother. I think it's way too fancy play, even if it still holds, which I think I saw on my screen that it does, but yeah, there's just absolutely no reason to overcomplicate things here. And really it does look optically, in particular if you spot 92, 94, which you should, it does look like you're close enough and the white king is far enough away that you should not be in even too much of a trouble.
Chess numbers saying my model does have Wesley at 44% to win his group, which puts him around 13% to win the whole leg probably. And he seems to sneak into the candidates with 17 points. Most of the times he gets there. There you go.
Yeah, and those of you who haven't yet, do go follow Chess Numbers on Twitter, because he is providing, I think so far, pretty much, and like, nobody has been doing the things he's been doing this cycle with the.
I can't follow both Chess Problem and Chess Numbers, so I would have to unfollow Chess Problem. Is that worth it?
Nobody ever quotes me on anything.
Can't do it. Chess number is saying worth, in my opinion. Done.
Yeah. We have successfully created controversy where none existed, seemingly. Yeah, C1 played.
Rook C1 played. Knight C1 played. E5 shall be played.
Shall be played.
Shall be will.
Thou shall be played. Yeah, and interestingly, this has come up in different versions, but it also has come up in some other variations. It seems like black can also save, like, if one of the pawns wins, but black wins the other one and the rook, those positions with the two pieces and the c pawn against the queen and the g pawn do appear to be drawn according to engines. In this particular position, this means that rook f8 is also a draw, but I don't know if, like, from a practical viewpoint, I don't think anybody plays rook f8 here if you see 92-94.
I hear you saying words, but to like put them into piece pictures sounds very tough. If one of the pawns queens, but the other pawn picks up both pieces and the rook, then it's a draw as long as the c pawn becomes a queen.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Specifically, the position I was talking about is rook f8, e6, rook f6, e7. Rook takes, and I mean, you can go. Yeah, here I think it might be important to go 92 check here, because here we've lost. Yeah.
Now we need to put the horsey here.
Yeah.
Because even if two pieces are still on the board, their positioning matters.
But yeah, some kind of a position like this with e8.
Not all squares are the same.
E8 94 should actually be okay, because yeah, once the c pawn starts running, there's enough counterplay pretty much always, and the black pieces are quite well connected. But yeah, I don't think anybody does that when 92 check exists, and this is what Ricci chose.
Check.
Yeah. Even king c4 is a draw in this position, which is a joke, really. Like, this really doesn't seem fair that you could also do that. Yeah, I meant with the knight on e2. That was the unfair bit. This is a draw, apparently, which really is kind of rubbing it in.
All right. Of course, if he were to draw this, we would not get to enjoy it.
Woe betide us.
Hang on.
I will sue for copyright infringement. I see a lot of Fs in the chat, so I don't know whether we should be worried.
Oof, we're back.
We're back.
Did people miss your threats to sue?
Yeah, nobody ever misses a threat to sue. Yeah, people are saying knight f5 and rook e8 are the easiest way to make a draw. I would, like, depends on how convinced you are. King c4 makes an immediate draw. Yeah, because like this is tricky. If you see g4, you probably get scared.
Very scared.
Rook e8 after knight f5 says better than Magnus. So you start with knight f5 and then you follow it up with rook e8 all against, I'm guessing, most sensible moves. Yeah, that does seem logical. That does seem logical.
Has to be admitted. rook d5, there's king c4, rook goes somewhere, but this looks normal. Here rook e8, there's f7.
Yeah, but you can do a number of things here according, yeah, like even c4.
How easy is this? We're talking easy draws, no?
Yeah.
Doesn't look that
Boom,
easy.
you kind of lost. Yeah, he's gone knight b5, which is also apparently a draw. I've seen it on my screen, which is how I know.
Oh, like moving the horsey away from the pawns.
Yeah, this is a very startling.
Crazy. Can you return after no? Rook d1, knight d4, you have a check.
Yeah, you probably lose. Yeah, you probably lose.
So what's the point? Rook f8 now? Nope. G4.
No. Yeah, I
can see the first line. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, do you actually play
exactly
here? Do you trust yourself to just hold them this way, like e6? E6 rook f8 here. This is the point. Yeah, this is the point.
And f7 knight c7. Okay,
7 knight c7. This is the idea. This is why you can be so relaxed about the pawns getting forward. Still, to trust yourself with a move like knight b5 on 2 minutes in this situation is very, very impressive. Somebody remarked earlier that England are having trouble with the roach.
Not for the first time.
Not for the first time, and the boner apparently, which makes it.
Oh,
this is why I replied to that.
Because of the boner?
Yes.
Family show. I apologize, as usual.
Absolutely, yes. Rook d7. Does this change anything? It makes the threats of f7 and e6 stronger because the knight cannot come to c7, but the c pawn now can run, right? So Ricci is actually saying, I will make an easier draw here by creating a lot of counterplay by just pushing the c pawn to c1 and doing it this way. He really is a law unto himself.
And worry about nothing. How's this go? Here.
We just go c3 and c2 and then give a perpetual.
Fair enough. Just get a queen, give checks. It's not a bad plan.
Yeah, but
defensively minded.
Yeah, the line in itself is not maybe that remarkable. It's just that, to choose to make this draw this way instead of hurriedly bringing all of your forces to the king side to stop the pawns is a very, very striking choice.
Travel Freak keeps asking where the candidates will be held. And although he's also being told repeatedly that it's going to be in Madrid, Spain, he does seem to have questions. So Madrid, Spain.
Yeah. E7 played, yeah. Now the only move is c3, c2, but it's also the only move you can make, so yeah, should be fairly straightforward from here for Richard.
Must get queen. There you see it. Madrid, Spain. It's written.
It is written.
I lived in Madrid for a year.
Yeah. Really, what a remarkable game. And Uberpatsa sums it up really, really nicely by saying, "Hi guys, I'm back. I see nothing happened." which I think is.
Thanks for checking back in, Uber Patzer. Chat, let Uber Patzer be an example to all of you. He announced his departure. He announced his return. Can be so easy if we all just follow the rules.
Absolutely. What's the eval here? Double question mark. It appears
0, 0, 0.
Yeah, and then 0 again.
Is it easy? No, I guess it's easy.
Reasonably, yeah. I think
Let's give a check when in doubt.
the tricky move for me here is Queen E3. But the problem with that is you can actually switch to making a kind of a scary cat draw by playing Rook F8. Or Queen F5. Yeah, Queen F5 check is a better way.
Straightforward.
For some reason, I tuned out that square altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like just sort of giving checks here cannot possibly be too difficult for black. There's always going to be checks, and you can pretty much always accept the queen trade if white finds a way to interpose with the queen, which is an additional layer of safety here for Richard. Does this eliminate MVL? If the game is drawn, yeah, he is eliminated. What's his group again in Berlin? He will be in the group with Wesley, Sam, and Prix. So he needs to win that group. He will be, if he loses this, he will be on 7 points, and we assume he needs to at least get to the final. So he needs to win that group and then probably beat, if we have to make some assumptions there, he will play Anish in the semis. So finish ahead of Wesley, Sam, and Prix, and then beat Anish in the semis. All of that possible, but not easy, I should say. Yeah? Doesn't sound like
Does not sound easy.
No. Yeah, his group
wrestle Wesley in the group stage, which is tough, right?
Yeah, his group doesn't look sort of exactly like the group of death, which we assume is Group A, but yeah, it's still an incredibly tough double round robin, and yeah, outscoring Wesley in those situations is.
Yep, it's a double round robin, so you have to do it twice. Chat is wondering where in Madrid. It's the Royal Mint. That's La Casa de Papel.
Yeah.
Pumpkin the Cat is asking, when does Berlin start?
Soon-ish. I think the finals, semifinals and finals are from the 20s. I have a chat somewhere. Why can't I remember anything?
29th?
Yeah. It says here 30th, but it might be 29th, yeah. So the group stages have to be like about a week earlier.
We're only doing semifinals, finals, no? Because the other...
That's what the current situation is. Black and Steel Blonde
saying, what about the next Athens Masters? It's probably not called Athens Masters. I think that was the first event of the Champions Chess Tour. The next one will probably have a different name. But starting soon?
Yeah, that's starting pretty soon. And
speaking of starting soon, this game is ending now. Maxime saw no way to avoid the perpetual because there was none other than Queen E3, which we've mentioned does not really help after this. So Richard Rapport is our first finalist. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Quite a game.
Quite a game in which, yeah, there were a lot of reversals of fortune, but yeah, MVL seems to have made the last mistake, so to speak, in not taking an H6 move, whichever it is, 50 something. he was still winning then, but it became tricky, and he did not trust that position, chose something else, and was not allowed back into it. 40 something, I shouldn't 50 something. It was earlier. Yeah, 47.
Yeah, it started drifting somewhere here after MVO played amazingly. Yeah, none of the lines were that straightforward in his defense. It wasn't like it was just one move and resigns. There was always still something happening. And also kudos to Rapport for staying in the game in a bad position. Here, B3, I think, is where it turned, because Black started having easier moves and more clear-cut counterplay, although it might still have been winning.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to correctly assess the position after knight h6, c4, rook d6, and yeah, it felt like it wasn't easy anymore. It felt like going for this position and being sure you're winning was already a bit of a challenge, and yeah, he opted not to check. But yeah, what he chose instead was just a straight up draw, and Richard found all the best moves from that moment onwards. Yeah, very, very impressive game. And as usual, you can absolutely choose the narrative that, plenty of mistakes, patzers. Yeah, as Jan says, it looks like as if they don't even know what the machine is saying. But I think it's a fantastically played game. I think it's, very, very high quality. Yes, mistakes were definitely there, but they were on their own by move 12 in a very, very non-standard position. Very weird material imbalances. Like after f5, I'm pretty sure they were both entirely on their own. And we'll move 13. So yeah, very, very good match by Richard. I think sort of deservedly won by him, because he won the first one in a bit of a blowout by sort of.
Having said all this, long castles, really? King in the center, endgame? Come on.
Come on. Unacceptable. FIDE must come down.
Chad is also correctly pointing out he was much higher rated, so we did expect him to make it through. No, but seriously, this gives Rapport now, of course, a great chance to make the candidates. I think if he wins the finals, it's very close to a lock. And if he doesn't, he still has a shot. So good job by him. We will be here tomorrow to find out who his opponent shall be. Dmitry Andreikin or Anish Giri. So check out their tiebreak at 3 p.m. Other than that, what is there to be said? Sad for Maxime, who put up a great fight today, made some smart choices. But yeah, he dug himself a hole yesterday, which it looked like he could climb out at some point, but in the end, it did not matter.
Yeah, continues this kind of a history for him, sort of over the years. It's a bit of a harsh kind of a. He's a great player, and trying to pigeonhole him as somebody who perhaps falters at the final hurdle in qualification events is unfair. But there's definitely a little bit of that over the years, right? He's been so close to major breakthroughs in specifically the FIDE qualifying events, and has failed to get there.
Yeah, I don't know. I always repeat myself about Maxime. I don't think it's clutchness. I think he's amazing in all these phases of the game. I think it's opening issues, particularly with Black. Like the two biggest moments I can think of was losing out of the opening against Rajabov in the World Cup semifinals, and here losing out of the opening yesterday. That does make things much tougher for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is. Anyway, there shall still be probably time to recap this tomorrow while we talk about the other tiebreaker, the other semifinal, which was today a much quieter affair. Yesterday they played one of the wildest games we've seen between two strong players, but today, I think they both came with the expectation that if White doesn't get anything out of the opening, it will be a draw, and so it came to pass that White got nothing out of the opening and it was a draw. But tomorrow it will be very much a dogfight, because both of them are very strong at shorter time controls. But I think Anish's edge is smaller than it was yesterday and today. And
so you're saying Anish is the favorite? Wow, those are strong words. I did not expect you to throw Andreikin under the bus like this. Shocking, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Svidler, controversial.
Yes. See you tomorrow.
Go premium, 40% off. Challenge Alan Nielsen in Bantamblitz now.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.